only got here about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, check, check. 1, 2. Good. Check one, two. Good morning. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please, as you come in, feel free to grab a snack outside. We have light breakfast for you. And don't just sit on your seat. Please move around, make friends, network with people, and get to know each other as you come in. Thank you. Check one, two. Good. If you're just joining us and you've not had a light breakfast, please feel free to help yourself to coffee or tea outside, and also you can get some light snacks. And when you're done, you can please don't just sit down, meet with friends, walk around, say hello, introduce yourself, meet people, and get to know what people do. I'd like to see people walking around and talking and interacting with others. We have some few minutes to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly fill the seats in front of you. Please, can we move forward so we fill the seats in front for camera purpose? We're live streaming this event, so let's move forward. Please. Thank you so much. Just leave it. You can leave this. You can leave this. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I was expecting a reply. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You're thinking of what to say. Good morning, sir. We're not in class, don't worry. My name is Raphael Francis, and I will be your compere for today. First, I'd like to say a huge welcome to everyone. Thank you for coming. This is a very great event, an epoch-making event that is poised to bring development, growth, and advancement to music, not just at MUSON, but also across the globe, starting from here in Nigeria. A lot has been happening in the music and tech world, and we have the team that have brought it home to us, and we have a plethora of great speakers that are here to wow you and to make you feel like you've never felt before as regards the information that you're going to be given today. So, the theme for today is Collabo, Music Meets Technology. So we're going to try something. I'm going to say Collabo, and you're going to say Music Meets Technology. Can we try it? Collabo. You can be louder than that. Collabo. So we have an online audience. I want them to hear us. So let's try one more time. Collabo. Music Meets Technology. Now, in your hand is a program sheet. Do we have this? Do we have this? Okay, I'm going to be talking about that later. But with us today, first, let's give honor to whom honor is due. We have the chairman of the Board of Trustees for MUSON, Mr. Louis Mbanifo San, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for him, please. You can do better. Put your hands together for him. And in absentia, the vice chairman, we're sending a shout out to him, to Chief Adeni Williams, and then all other Board of Trustee members. And also with us today, the wonderful and amazing CEO of MUSON, Mrs. Joyce Ayola Jafojo. Please put your hands together for her. Please clap for her. Clap for her. She's an amazing woman. I don't think the director of the School of Music is here yet. Princess Banke, she's not here. When she comes in, we're going to recognize her. And we have the deputy director of the School of Music, the Igwe himself, Sir Emeka Nwokedi. Put your hands together for him, please. Please clap him. Clap, 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 clap him, clap him. We'll be introducing our speakers as we go on, so permit me to not call their names right now, and I don't want to waste your time talking too much. Now, on the program sheet, what we have a QR code. So on the QR code, if you scan it with your phone, it's going to give you the profiles of all the speakers that are going to be speaking today, so we don't have to belabor you with so much talking and reading of profiles. So if you just bring out your phone and turn on your camera, just scan the code, you will get to meet all the speakers for today. And also, we would like for this to have a very good social media presence. So the hashtag we're going to be using today is MUSON Festival 2023. So MUSON Festival 2023. So for every picture and every video you're taking and you're uploading on social media, please try to use the hashtag so that we create a media presence. And also the second hashtag we're using is music and tech. Music and tech. So how about we do a quick one? Bring out your phones, take a picture, do a selfie or something, and upload it on your social media and use the hashtag. Okay, also, we have here with us present today one of the sponsors of today's event, Charterhouse Lagos. Now, Charterhouse Lagos is the first British independent school. If you're familiar with British education, you will understand what that means. The first British independent school. And they're starting off in Lagos next summer, 2024. And their campus is going to be at Ogombo, so I'm told. So for every information you need about them, please walk up to the table. Mr. Olatubosun and his team will be willing to give you every information you need. And I'm told that they've been in the educational sector for over 400 years. So you can imagine the level of experience they're bringing to education in Nigeria. And we also have the MUSON table outside where you can get every information about membership, MUSON events, and everything that happens here at the MUSON Center. So one more time, are you excited for today? Are you excited for today? I wish I could come to everyone to ask you what your expectation is, but whatever they are, I promise you they are going to be met. Now, this was put together by a fantastic team. You're going to meet them along the way. We're going to introduce them. But permit me to bring on stage a woman of repute, a fantastic lady. I just met her recently and I was wowed by her astuteness, by her level of intelligence, and how much vision and drive she has as regards music and technology. Please, let's make welcome for a welcome address, Miss Shade Doherty, a trustee member and chairperson, marketing and fundraising committee, MUSON. Please clap her until she gets to the stage.
It's working. Thank you very much for that. On behalf of the chairman and board of trustees of the Musical Society of Nigeria, MUSON, I'm delighted to welcome you all to the 27th MUSON Festival of Music and the Arts 2023. MUSON is a charitable institution set up for the promotion of the understanding, enjoyment, and performance of classical and contemporary music, relying on financial support by private individuals and organizations for funding. There is no way we can hold this festival without recognizing this tour de force of technology, here to stay and going at breakneck speed. I wonder, shouldn't there be some checks and balances? That is why we're here today, to contribute to this dialogue and contribute to the leadership in Nigerian music and technology by example and by taking a forefront position. At the end of this event, which I will term a symposium, we hope to have joined the dots and created the requisite awareness of hidden gems in the confluence of music and technology. MUSON is 40 years running, hence the festival theme, Resilience. Our shared resilience puts the onus on us to recognize and adapt to changes and modernity, whilst preserving that ethos of lovers of classical music in the main. Now, of course, juxtaposed with contemporary music. The old is meeting the new, and there is a confluence. Music perforce must meet technology, and it is this fusion we are dissecting and going to enjoy today, with a cross-circulation and percolation of ideas and knowledge. This is an inaugural outing, and we hope to make this collabo a yearly event. Take classical or contemporary music. It is not merely in their respective composition, playing, and utterances, but also in their curation, storage, and dissemination. See what Google, YouTube are doing. See Unit Cisco, and see MTN, see MUSON, see everyone here. All the effort and work which go into creating the music education, digital skills training, and the music for our enjoyment, our lifestyles, our mental well-being in this universal language of mankind. Take artificial intelligence and the new generative AI as well. Someone somewhere can meld the voices of Michael Jackson, juxtapose it with Bob Marley, and add a bit of Simi there, and create a tune. Who is the originator? And where does the originator begin? And where does he end, if he truly does? Is this lawful use or misuse? Don't we all have to upskill ourselves? You can play an instrument beautifully. You can have a good voice. You can even have good luck. But without technology, you will not achieve your true potential in this day and age. Today's score reads and touches on how and where music meets technology. And we have some of the best proponents of technology, sound engineering, and intellectual property law with us, and extend our heartfelt appreciation to all our guests, all our speakers, students of music from various educational establishments, our own MUSON alumni who are visiting our space today, and everyone present. Special mention must be made of one of our own MUSON alumni, Ifeanyi Chukwu, who has flown in all the way from Scotland, Great Britain, and he's there. He will be speaking later. What would we do without our sponsors? I signify our heartfelt appreciation to the following: Charterhouse Lagos, Google YouTube, Grand Oak Limited, G. Elias, Nestle Nigeria PLC, and Oleander. We also appreciate in Nigeria and in the diaspora all who have joined us online. Hello, online audience. And to the home team, the trustees, the management, the teachers, students, and production team at MUSON. Eku Ishe, which means well done for all the hard work in putting this event together. Thank you all for listening, and do enjoy Collabo.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We missed a good opportunity to say music meets technology. We'll try it one more time. Collabo. I want it to be a recurring thing. Anytime you hear the word collabo, even if the speaker says it by mistake, just shout, music meets what? Technology. So let's try one more time. Collabo. And we're bringing up on stage now a performer who understands technology, who understands the nuances around it, and who is also practicing it. But today, what he's going to be doing is going to be playing the piano. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a rousing round of applause to Mr. Ayo Bankole as he gives us two beautiful, fantastic pieces on the piano. He's going to be playing the Pastoral Concert Etude 6, Opus 40, number 6 by Nikolai Kapustin, and Over the Rainbow. Please make him feel welcome. Thank you. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you so much, sir. And before he takes a seat, he has a keynote address to deliver. I just wanted to be sure the mic is on. Okay. Now, how many of us know that Mr. Ayo Bankole was the inaugural winner of the MUSON piano competition? And look at how far he has come all these years up to where he is now. Please, another round of applause for him. I am sure that anywhere Bartolomeo Cristofori is, you'll be happy that somebody like this can play the piano, you know. So here to give us his keynote address on the future score, from practice rooms to profit and the tech-driven transformation of music and earnings. Please, let's welcome a teacher of studio technology, jazz and piano here in the MUSON School, Diploma School of Music, Mr. Ayo Bankole.
Hello, Raphael. Thank you very much for that rousing introduction. Pleased that there are so many of us here today. My chairman of the MUSON organization, and my director, Princess Banke Ademola, as well as my CEO. For the students that are here, you're all very welcome to Collabo. It's a pleasure to be here today to speak to you on the topic of the future score, from practice rooms to profit and the tech-driven transformation of music and earnings. My name is Ayo Bankole. I'm a pianist, producer, and instructor here at the MUSON Diploma School. And for the record, I've been a huge fan of technology since my university, since my student days at University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and University of Lagos. So, can we have the first slide, please? I know that many of you are passionate about music and that you are excited to learn more about how technology is changing the industry. I'm here to tell you that the future of music is bright, and due to the current wind of change, that there are now so many opportunities for musicians to thrive in the new world. Of course, change can be very scary. But to quote Achebe's "Things Fall Apart," Eneke, the bird, says that since men have learned to shoot without missing, he has learned to fly without perching. In other words, we must adapt to change in order to survive and thrive. The music industry is no exception. Technology is transforming the way we create, distribute, and consume music. And musicians need to adapt to these changes in order to stay ahead of the curve. Well, what does this mean for us as music students, teachers, or music practitioners? It means that we have a unique opportunity to be at the forefront of this transformation. You have the skills and the creativity to succeed in the new world of music. So let's dive in and explore the future of music and technology. We'll discuss how technology is transforming the industry, and we'll look at some ways that you can adapt to change and thrive in the new world. A little history. The invention of the phonograph by Thomas Edison in 1877 was a turning point in the history of audio and music technology. For the first time, it was possible to record and reproduce sound with a reasonable sound quality or fidelity. This led to a revolution in the music industry as well as other fields such as broadcasting and communication. This device, the phonograph, was soon followed by the invention of the gramophone by Emil Berliner in 1887. The gramophone used flat discs instead of cylinders, which made it more durable and easier to mass produce. This led to the widespread adoption of recorded music in the earlier 20th century. So on the screen, you have the one on the left is Edison's invention of the phonograph, and the one on the right is the one that came out 10 years later invented by Emil Berliner. And this was one of the things that led to a rapid rise in commercialization or selling music. Edison's invention was less capable than the one that Berliner came out with afterwards. So in the 70s, digital technology began to revolutionize audio and music technology. Can you give me the second slide? Because there was a rapid transition of the second slide. There was a rapid transition from these phonographs and phonographs. Yes, that's the one I was looking for. Now, the reason why I have this one up is because I'm sure all the students or the young students here might not even recognize this device on the right. That is what is called a cassette tape, right? How many of you know what a cassette tape? All right. Now, but the other thing, I'm sure you don't know this. What is the significance of that biro? So anybody who engaged with that technology had to understand that, okay, if it gets caught or it gets, or you want to rewind it quickly, you just go round and round like that. So that's the significance of the biro. So the invention of the consumer digital format compact disc, that was in 1977, but in a very rapid time, it became widely adopted by consumers. So by 1982 thereabouts, it was already all over the place. CDs offered superior quality, sound quality, and durability to over vinyl records, and they quickly became the dominant format for recorded music. Another important milestone was the invention of MIDI, which is Musical Instrument Digital Interface. Next slide, please. Yeah. So that interface allowed keyboards, computers, hardware sequencers, and other devices to be able to communicate with each other. And then manufacturers sort of like made it a universal standard so that all of them were basically singing from the same sheet. Next slide. So another revolutionary tool was the invention of, how would you say it? The release of Windows 95, which basically was the first consumer computer software with a GUI, that's graphic user interface, so which allowed widespread adoption by consumers, and it became a runaway success. And MP3s, a digital audio format that compressed audio files without significantly reducing quality, made it possible for anyone with a computer to create and share music. The internet, which has achieved widespread adoption in the mid-90s, made it even easier for people to share and access music across the internet. Current state of affairs. Audio and music technology has revolutionized the way we create, listen to, and experience music. In the past, music creation was limited to professional musicians, but now almost anyone with a computer can create and record music. This has led to an explosion of creativity and innovation in the music industry. Audio and music technology have revolutionized the way we create, listen to, and experience music. In the past, music creation was limited to professional musicians, but now almost anyone with a computer can create and record music. This has led to an explosion of creativity and innovation in the industry. Audio and music production has also made music more accessible to consumers. In the past, people had to buy physical copies of music, but now they can stream music from a variety of online services such as Spotify, iTunes, SoundCloud. There's so many of them these days, and they all make it easier for musicians to be paid, as well as for consumers to be able to get hold of their music fix. So, audio and music technology has also enabled new forms of musical expression. For example, the Nigerian Afropop, which is generally referred to as Afrobeats genre, which has taken the world by storm, relies heavily on audio and music technology. The producer of this genre use a variety of electronic instruments and software to create their music. It's heavily based in being able to manipulate a DAW. This has led to the development of new and innovative sounds that would not be possible without the new audio and music technology. Overall, the advances in audio and music technology have had a positive impact on society. They have made music more accessible, affordable, and makes it easier to be creative. Audio and music technology has also enabled new forms of musical expression and has led to the development of new genres of music. The COVID pandemic, 2019, starting in 2020, really accelerated the development of and the adoption of new technologies such as AI, which is artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, and Web3, as well as non-fungible tokens. More about all these later. AI is a field of computer science that deals with the creation of intelligent agents, which are systems that can reason, learn, and act automatically. They're normally trained using large data sets. That's an enormous amount of information and data which they learn, and then algorithms are trained to be able to extrapolate information and respond pretty much like how a human would. So, ChatGPT, for example, is a specific use case of AI. There are other ones that are more focused on things like creating images, creating videos, and so on. Some even would go as to the extreme of being able to copy and mimic people's voices and then be able to use those voices in ways which you would not imagine. So these days, it's pretty much easy to fake anybody's voice. So I'm looking at my deputy director in front of me, and if I wanted to, I could train an AI model on his voice and have him read this speech for me. It's all very, very possible. So I wanted to talk about the accelerated pace at which technology is moving. It's been so rapid. For instance, ChatGPT just took 5 days to hit 1 million subscribers. ChatGPT came out late, I think, November last year. But within 5 days, it had hit 1 million subscribers. Then, if you think about TikTok, compared to TikTok, TikTok took 14 days to hit 1 million subscribers. Facebook took 10 months to hit 1 million subscribers. Twitter took 2 years. Instagram took 2.5 years. The internet took 4 years. And the email took 5 years to hit 1 million subscribers. So ChatGPT in 5 days, granted it's a free app, but I mean the spread of this technology has been really amazing. And today, can anybody hazard a guess at how many subscribers ChatGPT has hit within just, let's say, 10 months? Any ideas? Well, how many? What? Well, not yet, but right now it's standing at 180 million. That is starting from late last year, right? right now we're at 180 million subscribers, 180 million point 5 actually. So these technologies are moving very, very rapidly. And if you're somebody that follows technology, you realize that pretty much every 2 or 3 days, you're going to be surprised by a new emergent technology that takes advantage of existing technologies to create new stuff. So let's briefly delve into the integration of technology with music and look at some of the new ways it could be used to help shape our industry. Starting with AI, it's not just about robots and science fiction. In learning, AI can personalize instruction and provide important and instant feedback. For creators, it can generate new compositions and analyze musical patterns, streamlining the creative process. It can also help with writing lyrics or writing promotional copy to sell your stuff, to get people to buy into your things, to advertise it. Also, it's useful in identifying and promoting emerging artists and refining user experience through tailored recommendations. Transitioning to VR, VR is more than just games and simulation. VR is virtual reality. For education, virtual reality can simulate interactive musical environments in the creation realm. So basically, you have environments that are virtual, and you are fully immersed in it, and then that's how you get your learning experience. So this is a kind of way to bypass having to be in a physical space. Let's move on to AR. AR has practical applications in our field. AR is actually the overlaying or superimposing of digital information within the context of real-world situations. So, for instance, it might be by way of glasses or something which give you that information, and at the same time, as you're moving around, so you might be walking for information on your digital interface. Tells you whether to turn left, turn right, or what to do next. So augmented reality superimposes computer technology on real-world situations. Lastly, NFTs, even though the term is a trending word, have tangible implications. NFTs are basically non-fungible tokens, which are digital assets which are built on blockchain technology. So these are new ways by which people can transact commercial businesses. So, for instance, one could do an NFT of an album and have it, circulated direct to the end user through this means, and everything is written into the NFT itself, transactional-wise. So, as we explore the future score from practice rooms to profit, tech-driven transformation of music and earnings, it's clear we're in the middle of some exciting times. Technology is jazzing things up, and our beloved music industry is dancing to a new rhythm. There's a whole world out there of fresh ways to learn, make music, and connect with fans, and yes, even make profit. Let's keep it in mind that all big changes come with their own score. Some jobs are means of getting things done that we are used to might have to take a back seat, with computers and AI stepping into the spotlight. But don't fret, don't worry. This just means brand new, cool roles are making their debut. While we're riding this tech wave, let's remember to keep our heads on straight. We've got to think about the right and wrong, and yes, legal stuff too. Think of tech as a new member in our band or orchestra. Something we can learn and master and get creative with. To all the students here, my co-teachers and friends, and everyone making music happen, let's stay curious, keep learning, embrace the new innovations and technology. Our future isn't just about hitting the right notes. It's about playing along with the digital rhythms, ready to rock and roll with the times. I'll end this presentation with a short piece of music in the style of rap that I created a few days ago while I was researching this paper. And I used AI in the way in which I said. I won't mention the particular things I used, but and I based the lyric on the title for this paper. This didn't take more than about an hour and a half to do. So anybody can do this. Thank you.
Future Score Decor Burning Sore. From practice rooms to the profit floor. Future Score Decor Burning Sore. Music and machines creating the lore.
It's the future score, see the music soar. From practice rooms to profit open doors. 10 veering transformation, earnings galore. The symphony of change, who could ask for more?
Future Score Decor Burning Sore. From practice rooms to the profit floor. Future Score Decor Burning Sore. Music and machines creating the lore.
A round of applause for Mr. Ayobanka. Please, we can do better than that. That was a good rap song, by the way. I like what you said, that we should see AI technology as a new member of the orchestra, as a new member of the band. For me, that was fantastic, because we have a lot of persons already being scared that, hey, this thing will put us out of job. Or you're introducing people to technology, and the first thing they're thinking about is what happens to our job. But I like that word so much. So our fellow musicians in the house, it's just a new member on the band. Tell your friend by your side, it's just a new member on the band. So don't be scared. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I do a bit of a voiceover too. So I was... so my wife she does this content creation, and she needed me to do voiceover for something, and I was stalling. I was like, yeah. She just looked at me and said, no problem, I will use AI to do it. And the next moment, she had her work ready, and she sent it to the client. I'm like, who did the voiceover for you? She said, I used AI, and she played it for me. It was perfect. It was perfect. Then I never did shakara again. Anytime the job comes, I do it so that nobody else collects my money. Okay, are we having fun so far? Was that really insightful? Do you think it was? Please, another round of applause for him. That was really beautiful. Really beautiful. So, our next segment is going to be in two ways. Our speaker is going to speak, and then he's going to field a bit of some questions from the audience. So, when it's time for you to ask questions, two things. We'd like for you to introduce yourself, say what you do, and then go straight to your question. Is that okay? You introduce yourself, say what you do, and then go straight to the question. And keep your question simple and straightforward. Don't ask 10 questions, just one question, keep it straight. Before I introduce our speaker, I'd also like to bring to our notice that towards my right, that's your left if you're sitting, we have the stand for the basic school, where you can get all the information you need about the basic school of MUSON. Okay, it's my pleasure to bring our next speaker on stage. He's going to be giving a masterclass on YouTube channel monetization. YouTube channel monetization. I am sure that's a topic we all want to hear about. And here to do justice to that is a music executive himself. He has a wealth of experience in different facets of the industry, and is currently a partner manager, an artist and label for Sub-Saharan Africa at YouTube Google. Now, everything you need to know about him, if you scan the QR code, you will get. So I don't want to read his entire profile. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome on stage Mr. Dakbo Uncle Dabs Ayo Adeusi. Please clap him, please.
Check. Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? Thank you to MUSON, the board of directors, for inviting me here today to speak to you about something that we probably all kind of know about, maybe not so much, but kind of have an idea, which is music, YouTube, and music. Within the context of today's theme, music meets technology, I think I wouldn't be speaking out of turn to say that YouTube is the perfect platform to merge the worlds of music and technology. And it's a bit full circle for me because I went to school to study music technology and sound design. And now I find myself at a place speaking about music. I'm sure my professors will be happy. But yeah, so I'm here to speak about music. So what we'll do today is we're going to have I'll just speak very briefly I had this whole thing with slides and everything to talk to you guys about, but then I realized it's better to just have a conversation, right? And then you guys can ask questions about whatever we're having conversations about. Is that okay? Yeah? All right. So my name, as the MC said, my name is Dakbo. I work as the strategic partner manager for artists and labels for Sub-Saharan Africa at YouTube. YouTube is a company by Google, which is why sometimes you hear YouTube Google. As SPM, what I do is I look after YouTube's relationships with all artists, labels, music partners across Sub-Saharan Africa. That includes supporting them in their releases, supporting them in their all of their marketing activities, promotional activities, and then just supporting them in general to make sure that they're getting the most out of the YouTube platform. How many people here are musicians, artists, producers, any sort of musical creative? No? Because if not, we're in the wrong place. So. All right. And I see my big brother here that's putting up his hand. He's beyond all these things. So yeah, we have musicians in the house, yeah? Artists, some of you are producers, some of you are instrumentalists. What other sort of disciplines of music are we in here? Can somebody just shout out something, what area you're in within the music space? Say again? Promoter, okay? Composer? What kind of entrepreneur? What are you doing? Music entertainment, okay. So we have quite a number of people here, and what I'm about to speak about spans really any and everything you can do. Now, music is one of the places in fact, we like to call it the most important place for music discovery. When you think about it, technology is one of the things that makes the world a much smaller place, right? So me in Nigeria here, I can make a song, put it on YouTube, somebody in China sees it. How many of us know Calm Down, Rema's Calm Down? Some of us are young, but we know, right? Let's show our board of directors that we're in it. How many people know Calm Down, Rema's Calm Down, right? Great. Rema's Calm Down, as of today, has done over 1 billion streams globally. 1 billion streams globally. That means that song has been played over 1 billion times on streaming platforms, not including YouTube. On YouTube, the song, the remix, and the original have done over 1 billion views. That means people have watched those videos over 1 billion times, right? And that just tells us the power of YouTube. Rema is a young man who grew up in Benin and was making music in Benin, and now he's on a global stage, doing over 2 billion in views and streams across platforms. That's something amazing, right? Ashake the other day in August, Ashake did a headline show at the O2 Arena. And he filled the place with 20,000 people. The show was sold out. 20,000 people in the UK came out to see Ashake. Does anybody want to take a guess as to how many people watched the live stream that day? Not the number of views we have till today, but just that day. So there were 20,000 people in the venue. Does anybody want to take a guess as to how many people were watching on YouTube? Say that again? 9 billion. We wish. We wish. I'll manifest it maybe one day. So on that day, we had over 250,000 people watching that live stream. Globally, not just in Nigeria, not in Ghana, not in globally. 250,000 people were watching that live stream that day. And by the time, I think about a week later, we had hit over 1 million views on a live stream, a concert locally in that venue, which is amazing, right? It's a huge feat for a Nigerian artist. Not just to pull 20,000 people that will buy a ticket to come to your show, but to do that in a country that's not yours. A country where they don't understand 90% of what he's saying in his music, because Asake speaks Yoruba in his music for 90%, about 90% of his music, right? But 20,000 of them came out to see him in the UK. We were able, as YouTube, to partner with him to make that available to over 250,000 people as well as that was happening. So that's just to tell us the power of technology and how that connects people, how that unifies us, how that makes the world a smaller place, makes your music more accessible, makes you more discoverable online, right? Makes you, you could play a piece like Uncle Ayobankole. He played those 2 pieces here today, and I believe we have people online that are watching. Without technology, those people won't be able to hear him play those 2 pieces today. And that's where YouTube comes in, right? Where we're able to be the best platform, the best place for both the music creator and the user alike. So we've now created this thing called the multi-format approach, which is where you tend to use all of the different formats of content. And this now brings us to monetization, excuse me. On YouTube, there's so many different ways to monetize, right? And I'll speak very quickly to the technical bits of that, and then we can go to questions, if that's okay. So with monetization on YouTube, there's something called being in the YouTube Partner Program, which is where monetization comes in. When you hit a certain metric on your YouTube channel, first of all, how many people have YouTube channels? Oh, wow. I didn't expect that many people. So the first thing I would say is, as an artist, if you're trying to be a performing artist, you're trying to be a recording artist, you should always have a YouTube channel. YouTube channel is very easy to create. Just go on youtube.com. I'm sure you guys have seen, I don't think there's anybody here who has never been on YouTube. Anybody here who's never heard of or been on or seen a video on YouTube before? Okay, because I was going to catch somebody. But, so it's create a YouTube channel, right? It's very easy. 5-10 minutes, you've created a YouTube channel. And what you need to do is to make sure your channel is optimized so that when people come to watch your content on YouTube, they are seeing good content, right? Even just organized, things are well put together. You have maybe playlists, you have some videos, you have some YouTube shorts, which is our short form content platform, and things like that. Now, going back to monetization, with your YouTube channel, you need to be consistent and get to a certain metric. When you hit a certain metric, which is a certain number of subscribers, you hit a certain amount of watch time. Watch time is the amount of time people have spent watching your content on YouTube. Right? So I can watch your video once. Let's assume your video is 3 minutes long. I can watch your video once. What that is you have 1 view, right? But then you also have 3 minutes in watch time because I spent 3 minutes watching your video. Now, if there are 5 of us that watch that video from beginning to end, now you have 5 views. Now, when you hit a certain metric, a certain number in watch hours, and you hit a certain number in subscribers, then you're eligible to monetize your content on YouTube. And what that means is that you now get to a certain point, and thankfully, we have decided to reduce that metric, 1,000 subscribers, and then 4,000 hours of watch time. Now, 4,000 hours of watch time. Now, that has been reduced slightly, just so that we make it more accessible to people. More people can monetize, right? And what that means is, for every view, when you hit a certain that metric, for every view, you get paid. just like you would on streaming platforms, you would on all the other streaming platforms, including YouTube Music, because we also have YouTube Music as a streaming platform, right? So it's very important to make sure that you are consistent, important to make sure that you're optimizing your channel, important to make sure that you are staying connected to your fans, connected to the people that want to listen to your music, that want to see your content, because sometimes you might make music content, sometimes it might not be music itself, right? Because there's all these different types of content that you can make around music. You can sing, you can put up a music video, you can do a performance like Nkwayo Bankole did just now. Industry, you can speak about your experience in the music industry, within the music space. You can teach, right? You can explain concepts. So many different things that can be done on YouTube, that can be put up as content on YouTube. And when you hit that metric, you start to monetize, which is a very important bit, because we have so many people. How many people know Mr. Beast? Does anybody know who Mr. Beast is? Yeah? We have a few. Okay. Let's come to Nigeria. How many people know Brother Shaggy? We know Brother Shaggy, right? We know Mark Angel, right? Yeah? Okay, you know food blog like them, Zilicious and things like that. So all those people put their content on YouTube, and they are monetizing from YouTube. I brought up Mr. Beast initially to say that is the extent to which we can be doing things. Mr. Beast, as of today, I think has now about 200 million subscribers on YouTube, which is unbelievable. Unbelievable, right? But that's just the power of content and the power of YouTube, right? So it's very, very important, very, very important that, remember what I said, we're consistent, you're connecting with the people that are listening to you, the people that are coming there to watch your content and to engage with your content, right? And that you keep doing what you need, what is necessary. And what is that? Because people say, oh, you do what is necessary, but they don't tell you what is necessary, right? So for a platform like YouTube, what that means is you're keeping up with multi-format strategies, which means using different formats. So you can use long form, which is you put a music video on. You can use short form content, which is kind of like the content, short form video content, which is what you will see on the TikTok and Instagram and so on and so forth. You can do that on YouTube Shorts. There's playlists. There's a community tab, which sort of functions as a place where you could talk to people, you can post pictures, you can put up a poll, you can connect with fans in so many different ways. And these are just a few of the ways to optimize and monetize on YouTube. So what I'll do now is I will take questions, if anybody has questions about YouTube monetization or anything else around YouTube content creation, optimization channels, or anything like that. Happy to take the questions now. And given the time we have, I know we have a limited amount of time. After that, I'll still be around. And then if anybody has any questions for the time I'm around, please feel free to reach out to me. I think our big brother has one.
Thank you. Thank you. Some people assigned some of my songs to themselves. So YouTube has to really tighten up. Not somebody can suddenly declare, oh, I own that song. And it's a lot of money paying lawyers abroad to get your royalties back. It's not just YouTube, but YouTube is maybe the company with the main problems. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, please go ahead.
38 this year. Different individuals and companies assigned. They somehow just declare that they are the composers or they have rights on your songs, and suddenly your royalties shrink down. A few years ago, I made much more money on my old catalog, Silver Convention, etc. When it started to shrink, I hired an investigator. And it's mainly in YouTube they can do that.
Okay, so maybe that's something that I would need to circle with you on after this, but just to speak to that content and copyrights on YouTube, we have something called Content ID, which is a system, it's sort of a fingerprint, think of it like a fingerprint. For every song that is put on YouTube, that is posted on YouTube, that is released on YouTube, if you have your Content ID assigned to it, it's like a thumbprint, right? It's like a fingerprint that goes on there. What then happens from that point on is if anybody else on YouTube puts that song up, and content ID, which content ID always catches it, what happens is YouTube takes it down immediately from that person's channel. So it's possible that what is happening is that there's no content ID. Whoever distributed those songs to YouTube did not have content ID, so so other people are able to claim it, which is why I said we need to have a conversation, because this is something that I think we can help with for sure. But with content ID and copyright, we're very, very, very particular about that at YouTube to make sure that people are getting their attribution and they're getting their monetization as they should. There's ways to challenge. If somebody says they own, I recently handled this for one of the biggest gospel artists in Nigeria, who's very similar to yours, but just one song. Actually 2 songs, where some of the producers or some of his musicians that he worked with claimed the song as theirs, and we're getting the monetization. So the first step we did there was in his back end, what we call the YouTube studio. He went and he appealed and said, this content belongs to me as opposed to these people. So what YouTube did or does initially is to freeze monetization on that. We still calculate it in that, and then once we go through that process and figure out who it's rightful based on claims from both sides, then the monetization goes to the person. So that's something we can definitely look at for you, Mr. Man. There's somebody in the back. Somebody here? Okay, while we're getting to him. Oh, he's ready.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the time. My name is Samuel Ogenejabo. I'm a tech founder, and I'm also an alumni of MUSON. I'm a professional musician. Now, when you talk about content and everything, we understand content is king, you understand? But I think I've realized over time that we musicians, I've seen a number of musicians who try to get on YouTube, and some of them spend multiple efforts and posting videos back to back, and the algorithm doesn't favor us. Us. So I want you to tell us how the algorithm works to help us refine our content and how we should create this content. What are the things your YouTube algorithm are looking for to rank content, especially from this part of the world? Our content most of the time don't go, go to the face of every other user in other parts of the world. We see content from other parts of the world, but contents we create here, why don't we go that, we have that privilege to, let's use the word viral?
Sure. So if I understand your question is, how does the YouTube algorithm work to help creators like us, especially from regions like this, to get Uncle Bankale's presentation? The way it works is it recommends, or one of the ways it works is it recommends videos to people, which is why if you think about YouTube, when you watch a video, you see a column of videos on the right that says recommended videos. So it tends to recommend videos based on your viewing habits. Now, there's there's 2 things that you need to be taken into account when it comes to algorithms. What you as the creator does on YouTube and what the user does, right? So you as a creator, you have to make sure that when you're uploading your videos or uploading your content, you are optimizing properly. Now, to buttress that point, there's something called SEO, search engine optimization, which is something that people do on Google, right? To make sure that their content is, when you search, so if I search MUSON, for example, you don't want some random thing that's also named MUSON to show up. You want what's the first maybe 10, 20, 30 entries that show up to be information about MUSON, like the music school of Nigeria, right? So you do stuff, something called SEO, search engine optimization, to make sure that you're in front of people. Now, what people don't realize is that the YouTube search engine, just that search box within YouTube, is the 2nd largest search engine in the world, only to Google, owned by the same company, right? So the same type of optimization you're doing on Google, just because it's content doesn't mean you should be doing on YouTube. Again, remember I said owned by the same company, right? So whatever optimization you're doing on Google, you should be doing on YouTube, because YouTube, again, is the 2nd largest search engine in the world. People are searching all manners of things, right? My name is Dakpo, for example, I can imagine how many Dakpos are on YouTube. So if I type in Dakpo on YouTube, I probably will never come up, because there are probably 50 other Dakpos that are doing things that, have more views than people, and the algorithm is showing to more people. So one of the things, so that's something to consider. Another thing to consider is your consistency, right? If you're posting content, say you're posting 1 song a day, because you're posting more and you're posting more, the algorithm knows to show more people, right? But if you're not consistent, you're posting once, this week you post twice, then you wait till December, you post another once, then February you post maybe 3 videos. The algorithm is going to be like, you know what, whenever you want to give me something to show people, I'll show them. If they are interested in it, great, I'll show it more to them. Otherwise, whatever they want to see is what I will show them. So you need to make sure, one, consistency. 2, make sure that you are doing things like keywords, tag words, you're matching them to other popular things on YouTube that are sort of in the same vein, right? So for say you did a classical piece, for example, and you put it on YouTube, I would tag that with something like King's College UK, right? I'll tag it with maybe the Royal Philharmonic or something, so that anybody that's searching for those things, your content will sort of come up in those recommended videos, right? And then also there's something to be considered for the user habits, because the algorithm also kind of works with the user habits. So if I listen to a lot of Bach, for example, right? It's probably not going to show me Ashake, just because the algorithm is going to realize that this guy is more about classical music. However, if all I'm listening to is Lil Durk and Sexy Red, it's not going to show me Bach, except I go and search for it myself. So that's another thing to be considered. But then again, that goes into your search engine optimization, because if I'm listening to, if you as a classical, say, assuming you're a classical music an instrumentalist, yeah, a cellist, let's say. If you as a cellist that's putting up your music wants to catch fans that listen to Ashake and Davido, then you put in your tags. Because when that comes up, it will look like an anomaly, but the algorithm is working. So there's a couple different things to consider with the algorithm. And I think once you have consistency and you're doing your search engine optimization properly, also there's something to be said for marketing and promotion, both on the YouTube platform and off the YouTube platform, pushing people to your content, right? So I think those are the things that go into the algorithm and would help with pushing your content to more eyeballs and more people. I think there was somebody. I hope that answers your question. You have a follow-up, but let's get to other ones and then we'll come back.
Let me just. Okay. Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chinedu. I'm a student of MUSON. So I want to ask, in the aspect of, my question is almost in line with what the other guy asked.
Okay.
Like, is making your content go viral.
Okay.
And I guess if I should go through right, you were like posting like regularly, just to.
Yeah.
But in the aspect of like someone does not really have much contact.
Yeah.
Understand? But just to be able to make sure you post, like just to make sure you're able to, keep on posting. Is it possible for someone to like repost what he has posted before on his YouTube channel? Is that possible?
Yeah, absolutely. You can repost and post whatever you want, right? And when I say to be consistent, it doesn't mean you should be posting a video every day. You just need to be consistent. If you're posting a video once a week, you need to be consistent with that. If you're posting a video once every 2 weeks, be consistent with that, right? And then there's also something to be said for the supporting content, which is why I spoke about the multi-format strategy and saying you need to use all the different formats we have. So if you post long-form content, for example, you can cut clips from that and use as short form on YouTube Shorts on the platform. You can also use your community tab, ask people questions, engage with them. So it's not long-form content is not the end-all, be-all on YouTube. There's a lot of other things you can do to support what you're doing, right? It can be content, say you post a video about your performance video. Then you can maybe post BTS. What were you doing before? How did you get ready before? What happened after? How did you rehearse? I mean, you rehearsed, right? How did you rehearse? Clips from that, bloopers, different kinds of content. So you can build all these different types of content around whatever your main content is on YouTube and then use that to push. So you don't always have to have a video to post every day. You can have all that different types of content. But again, your consistency across whatever you're doing is very important. But yes, to answer your question, you can definitely post content that has been posted before. All right. Oh, I think...
Just a follow-up question. Just a follow-up question from the one I asked. So I know there are different formats of posting on YouTube, the YouTube Shorts and the longer videos.
Yes.
But I want to ask, does the length of the video, does the length of your content affect does it have any effect on the algorithm? How the algorithm, ranks your content or anything? Does it have any effect on the algorithm?
To answer your question, not really. It's all the things I said about algorithm before apply. You can put up a 2-hour video. What you need to be considering is user behavior and attention span. Unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately, today, attention spans are much shorter, so people are not, less willing, and this is more general behavior. People are less willing to sit down and watch a 5-hour video as opposed to giving them short form that's like 3 minutes or whatever. So algorithm doesn't really affect that, but the user behavior does. So if you have a 2-hour video, for example, and people are only watching 30 seconds, it's possible, not likely, it's possible that the algorithm will realize that people just don't want to watch this and maybe not show it to them. So that's less of a thing that has to do with the algorithm and more about the content itself. I hope that makes sense. All right. Thank you very much. We'll still be around, and I believe we have a fireside chat, so we can take more questions. Thank you very much for listening, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Dabs. So, please, we're going to have a fireside chat. We're going to have a fireside chat where we'll field more questions. So what I would like for us to do is, as the speakers are speaking, please, you can take out your pen, just write down your questions, write the questions you have. We will take only 2 questions after the speaker finishes speaking, then we'll move on to the next speaker. Is that okay? Are we all good? I need answers. Is that okay? So, but you can just pen down your other questions after the first 2 questions. So when we get to the fireside chat, and we can take as many questions as we have. And then between 2 to 4, where we're doing the networking and all that, you can still have a one-on-one with the speakers. That was a fantastic presentation. Please, one more time, let's put our hands together for Uncle Dabs. I like that name, Uncle Dabs. Okay, so we're moving on. Now you have monetized your YouTube channel. You have monetized it. And like our virtuoso flautist in the house said, you are now grappling with people who are trying to infringe on your work and to steal your work. You know what we'll say. If you are a content creator, you understand that a lot. Our next 2 speakers are going to be dealing with issues that relate to that. First up, we have a masterclass on cybersecurity. And yet to do justice to that, we have a man who is an innovator and an award-winning entrepreneur. He is passionate about solving issues around stuff like this and reaching out to the younger generation. So, please, ladies and gentlemen, I would like for us to put our hands together as I welcome to the podium Mr. Toyin Olatayo of Unite Cisco Networking Academy. Please keep clapping, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I want to appreciate the Board of Trustees of the MUSON Center for this invitation. So, we'll be talking about cybersecurity, but it's not really a lecture, but it's just to remind us why we need to stay safe in the cyberspace. We have listened to the speakers that came here to talk about different things. You realize that everything they are talking about, they are all taking place in the cyberspace. You know, YouTube, streaming, your activities online, all these things are taking place on the cyberspace. But the cyberspace is not just a space that you behave anyhow or you just walk anyhow. So you need to know how to stay safe. So I have some slides to present. I don't know whether the technical people, Linda, this slide and all that. Okay, so like I said, what I'm just doing is just to remind us on what we need to do and how to stay safe in the cyberspace. Thank you. Next slide, please. So why is cybersecurity is top of mind? Next slide. The reason is because so many activities are going online. There are a lot of cyber threats all over the place. As we speak now, there are attacks going on every minute. If I have time, I'm going to show you the threat map to see how attacks are going left, right, and center, the source, the number of attacks that happen between 12 midnight and 12 noon, the analysis and everything. So these are just a statistics of what happened between sometime last year and 2021. And you can see some of the damages that has happened. Next slide, please. So the cybercrime is impacting everybody, and threat actors are turning this thing into a business model. So you can actually be captured online, and the only way you can release yourself is to pay a ransom. We call that ransomware. Sometimes you can just find that your system, your computer is just locked up and you can't do anything about it. And you get a message to unlock this system, pay so amount of dollars. It's real. It has become a business model. So in addition to targeting IT infrastructures, we also have state-sponsored, attackers. Somebody says that the warfare of this century of now is not just going to be warfare of nuclear bomb, but on cyber attack. That's why countries all over the world are investing on cyber warfare. Even in the military, they have a cyber command. Because just a simple attack on your infrastructure can bring down all your weapons. Because most of the weapons, they work on machines. Many of them are automated. I mean, we're talking about AI, we're talking about robots. All these things, they work online. And so many of these things also work on the network. So if you're not protected, or if you don't know what to do, you just discover that you are vulnerable. Next slide. Cybersecurity is crucial. Billions of people around the world depend on it. During the last lockdown, everybody moved from in-person, everybody moved to remotely. We started having virtual meetings. Most schools started operating online. And it was recorded that there were so much activities on the internet, since 2020, when the pandemic occurred. And there's a projection that by 2025, over 40 billion devices will be connected. And this is going to give rise to more cybercrime. The more people go online, the more the increase in activity online, the more the opportunity for those who want to attack you. Because if you are not online, then there's nothing actually to attack. But because they know that people transfer money, people store data, people have so many things to display on the internet, and that's what is attracting these cyber criminals. So you can see that these statistics also reported cyber intrusion, across the globe. It has risen. It is going to rise by 125% by 2025. And look at the value of the money of the ransom that was paid, due to just ransomware alone. Ransomware is just one of the ways, attackers on the internet operate. There's so many ways they do this operation. Next slide. So, cybersecurity is a critical threat. Besides natural disaster, cybersecurity ranked extreme, compared to earthquake, compared to flooding, hurricane, and all this, and what have you. They are nothing compared to cybersecurity. That is true. And that's why countries all over the world have strong regulations, particularly financial institutions. Every year, they must do forensic audits because a little attack can bring down depositors' money. All your money, all your savings in those banks can be wiped out in 1 second. Just little mistake or little loophole. So there are strong regulations all over the world concerning, particularly for financial institutions. So this risk is imminent and is global. I'm just trying to give you this background. Like I said, we are just refreshing our memory. It's not that, I'm sure everybody here has heard about cyber attack, but probably it might not dawn on you that you need to take it very serious. Sometimes until something happens, people don't bother about it. It is when it happens, that's when you start putting in measures. So why don't you take a proactive steps? Why don't you get the knowledge? Why don't you harm yourself? So that once there's a cyber missiles fired at you, you already have a body armor. I don't know whether you understand what I'm talking about. You have a body armor, you are protected. So it's not until when you are hit on your leg, you now know that you need to wear a body armor on the internet. Just like you have in the physical world. When you go into the war zone, you see bullets flying all over the place. So you see soldiers, they wear helmets, they have body armor, they move in armored vehicles and all that. So as individuals, as organizations, you need to have your own armored vehicle. And I'm going to explain that in the course of this lecture. I hope I'm making sense. I hope I'm communicating, please. So next slide, please. So, like I said, growing complexity of regulation. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. All right, so I understand that we are all musicians in this place, so nobody is immune. Do you understand what I'm talking about? So somebody will say, oh, I don't work in a bank, I don't do so much online. It doesn't matter your level of activity online. As long as you find yourself in the cyberspace, you are vulnerable to attack if you are not protected. So this is some of the ways people in the music industry are being affected. Ransomware, they can use pretext to obtain credit card information or private, confidential information from you. And they can also hack into the cloud storage. So most of these companies that provide cloud servers, storage servers, and the rest of them, they are under obligation to make sure that their servers are protected. So every day, there's what we call the penetration testing, PT, or vulnerability testing. So it's just to show, it's like you are home, you go back to check your gates, whether it's properly locked. That's what it means in a simple terms. I mean, you try to open your door to be sure that the door is firmly locked. So that's what all these companies that provide these online or network services, that's what they do to make sure that they don't disappoint, they earn the trust of their customers. Because if anything happens to their customer, it can damage their business. And for society that has strong regulations, it's a very serious issue because you have responsibility to protect your customer. Next slide, please. So for instance, now, as a musician, you have unreleased songs that you've been you want to wow people, you want to make it a hit, and before you know it, they've stolen it and they're playing it somewhere. Then what happened? So all your dream will just come crashing down and all that. So you must know what to do to make sure that what you want to use to hit the markets is protected from these hackers. So how do we describe vulnerability? It's the state of being exposed to possibility of being attacked or being harmed. That is the state. Next slide. So we'll be looking at how these people, methods of attack. It's very important that you need to know them. I won't go too much into the technicalities, but it's very important that you need to know them. Malware, those are the most common tools that they use to attack. Malware is used to steal data. bypass access control to cause harm or to compromise system. Malware is they are all they're like software, like a code, you understand? So they generate it, and it's like instruction. So once they introduce it into your system, they'll steal your data. Like this phone, for instance, now this phone contains a lot of information. So through malware, those information can be gotten. Then it's not just about stealing. We're supposed to have access control. Access control means, maybe before somebody enter into this building, there's a code or there's a card or something that the security will validate for the person to enter. Now, this malware has the capacity to bypass that. Do you understand? It's like the more you design, measures to mitigate it. They too, they are scientists. So they go to make research. I mean, it's just like you develop, maybe in the military, you have tank, you use artillery and tank. Somebody will go and develop an anti-tank weapon, to contradict what you already have. So that's what's happening. So in the world of cybersecurity, nobody sleeps every day. Everybody is on the stove and all that. So, and we have types of malware. We have spyware. Spyware, just the name spy. So they spy on you, do you understand? They gather intelligence and all that. Hardware, all those adverts that pop up, you need to be very careful on those adverts. You see some advert that will pop up on your laptop and all that. So don't click on anyone that you do not trust. So far, so good. Most of our systems, they come in with inbuilt Windows Defender, inbuilt, security system that will warn you that this thing probably is coming from a malicious site. So they warn you. So some of them prop up that warning. And if you go ahead to click it, you've already exposed yourself to a cyber attack. Number 3, I mentioned about ransomware, where you are tricked. They trick you into submitting an information, or you are tricked into going to a particular site. And then, but by the time you clicked it, either your browser or your system or your device or whatever will just be locked. And that's all. And it will be very useless. There's nothing you can do about it. And then you get a code that to have access to these things, please pay $100, $200, $500, and there's nothing you can do about it. So that's ransom. And then we have the scareware, where you are persuaded to take a specific action based on fear. And then we have BOT. They are malicious bots that they propagate themselves and they infect the host and connect back to a central server. So a place where you have a server and systems are connected to it, all they just need to do is just to penetrate one particular system, and before you know that, they've already infected the memory of that server. Next slide. So we have rootkits, we have virus. Virus is common, all of you know about virus. Virus, they are malicious executable code that is attached to other executable files. So we have a Trojan horse, we have a worm. Worm replicate themselves. The difference between worm and virus is that it is self-replicating, so it's more even dangerous than virus. Then we have the man in the middle, or man in the mobile attack. They take control over a device without your knowledge. So you just realize that sometimes, anytime you see your system, just maybe some browsers are opening on their own or some programs, is an indication. So you should not just take it for granted. Just check to be sure that the man in the middle has not come in. You understand? Though some of these things can happen due to pure malfunctioning of the devices, but it also cannot tell if you have been compromised. So that's why it's good to do daily. It's like having a vehicle that you do a daily check before you go out. You check the water, you check the oil, you do a kind of visual inspection to be sure that, nothing is going to give you problem on the road while you are driving. Next slide. Okay, so these are the symptoms. CPU means Central Processing Units. That is what makes your computer to run. Every computer device, your phone, your server, they have that. So once there is increase, sometimes it generates hits. So those are the symptoms. So you need to check. It's like when you are having your body's warm. So sometimes might not be due to fever or anything, but it's also good to check yourself to be sure that it's not malaria or any other thing. So when there's a decrease in computer and web browsing speed, you want to open a web browser, maybe Internet Explorer or what have you, and it's low. That's also a symptom. When your computer freezes or crashes often, that's also a symptom. Unexplainable problem with network connections. Everybody's connected in this hall, for instance, now, and you are the only one that's not connected. So you also need to check. Files will be modified and deleted. Sometimes you see your files, your programs on your desktop, they are being modified. You see something that you cannot explain. You find unknown files, programs, or desktop icon. You discover that something is just running on your phone, unknown program. Maybe you can't explain how you get to your phone and it's running, and all that. Or email being sent to you without your knowledge. So these are the symptoms. Next slide, please. So once you see all these things, you need to do a check on your own. And so we'll be looking at social engineering, and then we'll look at how to protect yourself for that. Social engineering is when you are being manipulated or being deceived. It can come through a call or through email. When it comes through a call, it's called pretexting. When it comes through an email, it's called phishing. So, for instance, now, they sent you an email purportedly from your bank that they're upgrading their system and something happened and all that. So that's like phishing. It might not come from your bank. It could be those guys that are just trying to trick you. Then when you get a call, that one is also common. They call you, they are from this place. They will sound familiar, and they will sound as if they are from trusted source and all that. So tailgating, when an attacker quickly follows an authorized person to a secure location, these are people that's why you are also advised when you go to ATMs, if somebody is standing on your shoulder, you need to be very careful because the guy could be tailgating, do you understand? So, and network sniffing, this is like when a dog sniff at something, it's a tool they can use to sniff on your devices in order to extract password. And they can also crack your password, they can also crack code. And that's why you are being advised. There's a password policy that you need to be checking your password regularly, and your password must be complex. So a mixture of, capital letters, small letters, special characters, numbers, and the rest of them, so that they won't be able to guess. For instance, now, if I'm an hacker, if I know your name, I know when you were born, your father's name, I know everything about you. If you decided to use, maybe my name is Toyin, for instance, my past name is Toy, maybe my child's name or my wife's name, you understand? And that's all. I can guess it, and I will have access to you, do you understand? I can just guess. So anytime they are guessing, if you use that policy, no matter how much time they guess, it will be difficult for them to really get at you. So it's very important to know that. Next slide. So we're looking at, please, next slide. I'm talking about phishing. Next slide, please. So how do we protect our data? One, next slide. Encrypt your data. So most of our system, like for instance, on your WhatsApp call, you will see something like this call is already encrypted. Encryption means where you hide something with a code that nobody can see it, like a tunnel. So you keep the firewall on and up to date. Most of our systems, they come with Windows Defender, so you need to activate it, you need to check it and make sure they're updated. You need to also to update your operating systems and browser. You need to know how to do all these things. They are all there on your laptop. You must be able to install antivirus, and anti-spyware. They are not really expensive. Most of these companies, they sell them. And then you must be able to download software from trusted websites and keep them up to date. Next slide. You must also make sure that you don't share too much on social media. don't share too much. I know we want to be on Instagram, we are musicians, we want to be, you know, we want to be the star, we want to gather followers, we want people to like us. It's fine that you have large followers, 1 million followers, 10 million followers, but if just a fraction of that 1 million are hackers, you are in trouble. Because you will not know the day you lose your guards and they will do a lot of damage to you. Do you understand? I'm not saying that it's bad to gather large followers on social media, but you have to be very careful. You know, the essence of this class is to be able to know how to stay safe in the cyberspace. You know, after the lockdown, we launched a campaign then across several education institutions because a lot of schools started using virtual tools to teach and all that. And truly, a lot of schools were attacked. Even in Nigeria, we have the records. So we started this campaign and this awareness, and today that problem has been able to reduce and all that. So these are ways they can guess. If I know your date of birth, I know your email address, your phone number, this is how they can get you and all that. So then you also make sure that you check your social media settings. There are control that you can, you know, lock off anybody that wants to intrude into your private settings. Next slide, please. So because of this, there's a need for the workforce. I mean, we really need to have people that can defend us, people that can teach us, and people that can make sure that we stay safe on the cyberspace. So next slide, please. So what must we do? We need to do something. We need to begin to develop the skills. I'm going to be talking here on 2 dimensions. Just the skill for yourself, just for yourself alone. And for those who want to go far into cybersecurity, you want to take it further, this is what I'm going to be presenting, which I'm rounding up. So by 2025, it is estimated that 5 million jobs will be displaced because machines will now be doing the work of human beings, AI, robotic, and the rest of them and all that. But at the same time, 97 million new jobs will be created. Next slide. Is that not interesting? So, you know, so don't be afraid that you'll be losing job, but like more job will also be created as a result of that, particularly in the music industry. So a network without security is irrelevant. Next slide. So you need to know that. So whatever you are doing online without security is very irrelevant. Please, next slide. So we need to make sure that we grow this job. So cybersecurity jobs are everywhere. I've mentioned it before. Transportation, energy, music industry, education, aviation, you know, all sectors, because we keep records. Everything is online. You want to book flights, you go online. You want to transfer money, you go online. You want to, you know, stream a particular program, you go online and all that. So it's really very important. Next slide. So we can be one of these, you know, we can be an offensive cybersecurity heroes, or it can be a defensive one. So a defensive ones are this one, they are the one that try to be on the trail of the hackers. You know, we have black hackers, we have white hackers. White hackers, they are doing it for good intention, while black hackers, they are doing it for the wrong intention. Next slide, please. So, vulnerability assessment, I've mentioned that. I mentioned, you know, network security architect. So these are, for those of you that are young, that wants to consider a career in cybersecurity, is really needed. But in case you don't want to take up that career, maybe you're already established in what you are doing currently, but there's nothing wrong, you can have some elementary knowledge of this thing and keep yourselves safe on the internet. Even with that skill, you will not need to be running helter-skelter. You can perform basic, you know, just basic security settings on your devices. Next slide. So these are the description. Security operations, they support and participate in vulnerability assessment, incident handling, and reporting and documentation. Next slide. So this is another level, as you can see. They process, analyze, and operationalize cyber threat intelligence, threat data, and other indicators that indicate threat activity that's about to go on or that's currently going on. Next slide. So these are network security engineering for the purpose of network. Next slide. I've already talked about this, penetration tester, testing analysis. These are for those that are on the offensive team of cyber heroes. Next slide. So the solution is to address it with skill gap. Next slide, please. So we start from the top. All of us here, we need to do something about it. It's not just enough for us to hear about it. I would just advise that the Music Society of Nigeria from time to time should be creating an awareness like this to educate the people, because every day new threats are coming up, and every day there's new attacks going on, even every second. Next slide. So you need to develop, if you have a company here, just make sure that you develop your workforce, and we can do that for you. Most attacks also come from inside, not necessarily from outside. Not necessarily because the person has a bad intention. It could be due to carelessness, do you understand? So when there's a carelessness among your staff and they click on something they're not supposed to click, all of you are affected. So it's very important you do something about training them so that you can defend your organizations. And we also have basic solutions that can also help. I mean, for learners, for those who want to pick up a career, I've already mentioned that resources and what you can do about it. For individuals, NGOs, and governments, there are a lot of programs online that you can use to train your staff. Next slide. So Cisco is a major force within the industry, and so far so good. We are known for security. At the core of our solution is security and all that. And trust me, any day, anytime, we are there to defend your network and to defend your organization and to defend your systems. Next slide. Next slide, please. So you have this already. Next slide. I want to try to round up. Next slide, please. Okay, so for learners, so you can start with intro, basic, network devices, endpoints, and then you become experts and professionals. And these are the entry-level jobs: analysts, technicians, cyber specialists, and help desk support. Then you move to professional, cyber op associate, IoT security. We have IoT and robotic AI. So all these things, the more new technology comes in, the more you need to think about the security of that new technologies. Then you also have the cloud. Everything's on the cloud now. You store your next line. So there's this distinct gap in broad foundational knowledge in cybersecurity today. And so that's why we are promoting everybody to have the exams and the certification, or at least, thank you.
So I'm thinking we take just one question. Anybody has a question? Anybody else? I can see you. Let's try somebody else, please. So just...
Good afternoon. Okay, looking at the technology space, a lot of us have devices that will make use
Please say your name and what you do. Please.
Oh, sorry. My name is Felix Ojuma. I'm an IT engineer. So looking at the technology space, a lot of us have devices we use, we connect to different things and the likes. I'm only just asking, yes, these attacks happen day after day. Are there kind of intrusion softwares that we can have that helps track this attack before we are attacked?
Okay, yeah. If I get your question very well, whether there are simple software that individuals can have to detect all these things. Yeah, we have what you call a IDS, Intrusion Detection System. Yes, they do. We can talk about that maybe at the end of this thing. There are a lot of them, but just be very careful You don't go online yourself to search for it because all these things need to be validated and supported. And it has to come from companies that are regulated by the industries and others. So they actually exist. They exist and it's really available. Maybe if there's opportunity to go in depth into the cybersecurity, we can do all this demo. I'm sure Music Society of Nigeria will do that one of these days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Please, a round of applause for him, please. Thank you so much. Please, like I said earlier, every other question you have, just write it down, please. We're going to have a fire session where, and after that, we also have a networking period where you can still meet the facilitators one-on-one and talk with them. We're going to alter the program a bit. I have the singular pleasure to bring on stage one of Nigeria's foremost musicians. Is a fantastic flautist and a classical guitarist and a singer as well. And him and his band have done a lot of stuff. Even though now he's delved into other business adventures, he's still a very famous musician. Please join me to welcome on stage the former president of P-Man, T-Mac Omashola Ishali. He's going to be talking to us briefly before he leaves. We can do better than that. Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I apologize because I should have actually joined the panel, but I have a recording session with Maya, who came from the US at 2 o'clock. So give me a few minutes to talk to you. I'm classical trained. My name is T-Mac Omashola Ishali. I am not Lebanese. I am not Indian. I am Shakiri Swiss. For the young ones who don't know me, okay? Music. I should briefly speak about artificial and the music I love, classical music. What is music? I wrote in one of my operas the following: sounds and vibrations penetrating your ears, million colors in countless shades. Music is a language understood by everyone. Dreams are remembered in a million songs. Music is the memory of your dreams. And that's a fact. A computer, AI, doesn't dream. So how can they create music? I'm sure all of you have woken up in the morning, listen inside, meditate, and you hear. Close your ears, and first you hear the roaring of the sea, and then suddenly waves come, vibrations. And then you start to identify, a philharmonic orchestra is very simple. A composer taking that color from the double bass to the piccolo and breaking it down and creating what he hears in his head. I'll give you an example. A test was made. They played Mozart to a glass of water. They played Bach to a glass of water. They froze it, and then under an electron microscope, they looked at the eyes. Mozart had a different structure in the eyes than Bach. So you can see even water will retain the vibration of that music. By the way, I loved your presentation, Dayo. You gave them $1 million advice, and I'm not sure everybody understood. Thank you very much for your presentation. Yes. So what I'm trying to say is you can accumulate millions of music pieces with computer system, as data. I used to compose Sibelius. I don't know if you know the software. For 20 years, I was scoring my Philharmonic music by hand. I worked 4 years for Universal Films, where you go out, watch what the film score. Then the first time I actually hear what I was doing was when I was conducting the orchestra. Then came the computer Sibelius. Now I could sit at home, punch it in on the keyboard, and hear immediately back the full Philharmonic range of 140 instruments. That was the beauty of computer and artificial help. Now, Sibelius, I can write the music like dum da dum 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 ba dum pam ba da 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 dum da da da. Press a button and say, let it sound like Bach. I will turn it into Bach. Very, you know, Bach is very heavy. Or Mozart. So, artificial help is actually just taking data, billions of data, and helping you. But there's no artificial music existing. Because a computer cannot dream. A computer hasn't the capacity to tune into the universal sound and bring it down for us to hear. Are you aware that classical music heals? Are you aware in Switzerland, my second home, they play classical music in the cow sheds, and the cows produce more milk? Are you aware you can play classical music to vegetables and they grow bigger? Because there's a sublime power in music. And how many of you are students here in the MUSON? I love you because you are doing something great, and don't give up. A week ago I spoke in Unilag about the monetization of arts, and Dayo gave us a big hint. When you leave MUSON, don't think, oh, what will I do? I'm going to go to now work in a church, or I'm going to teach in a school. Monetize your talent. Do something new, different. I was 24 years old when I was doing a very sophisticated album in Germany. And my producer said, Timak, let's do something KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. Let's do some elevator music to make money. We had time, we did simple music, and I sold 12 million records with Silver Convention #1. Some of you may remember Fly Robin Fly. Simple music, but well produced and well performed. You can do simple music, but do it professionally, and it survives the tide of time. My fight against Kelawu music is, it is too cheap, too simple, badly recorded, and that sublime thing is not in it. It's an addiction. That's the only addiction you should have. So I have my 5 minutes, I guess, are up. What I want to say is, no computer can compose music. They can put pieces together, and with your instruction, play a little bit Wagner, a little bit Beethoven, but it is not Beethoven, it's not Wagner. And that sublime tuning into the next dimensions and bringing it down to our planet Earth, and to survive 200-300 years and still heal, feel the healing going through you. But use the technology, laptop, etc., to quick create, to use, if I tell you guys, my first recording at the age of 18, 2-track, stereo left, stereo right, in a radio station in Lausanne. I sold 200,000 copies, wasn't too big. The next one was Silver Convention on 4 tracks. 3 tracks, and then we download to 1 track, so we had 3 tracks, and that's how we did it. In my little studio in my house, I have unlimited digital whatever Cubase can take. So it is a facility you should use, but it's still your art, your skill, your brain, and your prayers who will make your music. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So, Handel, Mozart, Handel, Mozart, Beethoven, Brahms, and who was the last person? I think Puccini were at a restaurant, and they were to order some food. How do you? So you're going to do this with me? Are we ready? There are music students here, right? So Handel went, bring the semo, bring the semo, bring the semo, an egusi, bring the semo. Sing with me now. Bring the semo, bring the semo, an egusi. And Mozart said, no, I want rice and beans. No, I want rice and beans. Bring me the... And Beethoven just got up. Was looking at everybody while they were singing. I'm like, what of the chips? What of the fries? And they were like, what's wrong with him? And Puccini just... Brahms was like, gentle guy, I want tea, I want bread. I don't want to eat too much, I just want some light food. Please give them to me. Puccini stood up and said, when will the food be ready? And the caterer was looking at everybody. I'm like, what is happening? And guess the caterer's name, Louis Armstrong. What will he play? A round of applause for yourself. You know your music. Our music students are very good. Thank you so much. Please, so cybersecurity, that was a very good one. And I take care of my password you need to take care of your password. Take care, especially now that everything is going to the clouds. Everything is going to the clouds. And he said something that touched me. People are even not just stealing again physically. They are going to the clouds to steal. No wonder when they get to heaven, the angel will just be like, your username and your password don't match. Go back. You know, so we are moving on to our next masterclass, and this one, be ready for it. When he came, I told him, I said, sir, we are ready for you. This is like a very big one. We have a professor in our midst. He's a professor of law at Babcock University. Babcock University School of Law and Security Studies. His profile is so beautiful. I was reading it. I don't know if I could read everything. But please just cue in the QR code and you will see everything about his profile. But I want to say this. Is very much involved. He was involved in the drafting of the Copyright Act of 1988. So you need to understand the experience he's bringing here to talk to you. And he was also involved in also the Copyright Act of 2022, that's very recently, and also Nigeria's intellectual property strategy and policy and the franchise bill that was passed by the 9th Senate. It was very much involved in it. Ladies and gentlemen, please, here to give us a masterclass on intellectual property law, please make welcome Professor Bankole Shodipo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please clap for him, please. Put your hands together.
Hello. Okay. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank the Board of Trustees of MUSON and the organizers of this program for inviting me. My brother Silk, chairman, who is a wonderful pianist himself. Can I have the slides, please? I've been asked to speak on intellectual property. The slides. So, like the MC said, I say collabo. What do you say? We should be good students. Collabo. All right. Where are my slides? Anyway, I'll be speaking for just a few minutes. And so my caveat is that I can only offer a few teasers that will ignite our lovers. But their love story emerged about a century ago. When Ayo Bankole was speaking earlier on, I thought, oh, he stole my slides. I'll be referring to one or two things that he referred to. But you see that music has thrived on innovation and technology. And the early musical instruments were largely made by hand, handcrafted. Time and again, aided by technology, there have been new developments that have emerged in music. The music industry has been birthed with various stakeholders. Some of us here are playing one role or the other. Some are composers. I compose myself. Some are performers, some are instrumentalists, some manufacture equipment, some do events. I heard somebody say earlier on that I do events. So some are distributors, some are teachers, some are trainers. I mean, the largest music distribution company in the world, I mean, in Africa, at one time, I think they may still be, is here, MTN. YouTube distributes music, distributes films, and so on. Next slide. So, if you look at Lady Justice, that's symbol there. She's holding a sword in one hand. She's blindfolded, and on the other hand, she has a scale. So, it was necessary to have a body of laws to protect and balance the interests of all the stakeholders we mentioned earlier on. And the body of laws are generally known as intellectual property laws. They were passed by governments, and they were passed to creatives in the industry. And so I would say that intellectual property is largely a child of statute. So if you want to know the extent of your rights, check the laws, the statutes that were passed in your countries. T-Mac spoke earlier on, he's Swiss. The Swiss laws may not be exactly the same as Nigerian laws. Now the aim of the law was to offer incentives to creatives to boost the growth of the industry. But the reason is so that the public will enjoy music. And so, like Lady Justice, balancing the interest of the creatives with we, the public, and maybe even the users, the YouTubes of this world. And so, essentially, there are things within intellectual property laws that seek to ensure that there is a fair balance. Next slide. So, Act 2. Law meets the lovers. I said earlier on, I see music and technology as lovers. And then law met them. One of the slides used by Ayo Bankole was about Thomas Edison. He invented the phonograph. And when he did that, he obtained what is called a patent. I'll be talking about that. Why did he obtain a patent? To secure that invention so that nobody will steal it, nobody will copy without his permission. Ayo Bankole also referred to the cassette. And interestingly, it was invented by Lou Austin around 1963. He was working for Philips. Philips obtained a patent. Now, he led a team, but the owner of the rights was the company that hired him. Then, around 1984, thereabouts, it must have been 82, 83, Sony invented what was called a Betamax. And that was a video cassette recorder. So it could record films, it could record programs on TV. And because of this, Universal Studios sued Sony to say, oh, you are offering a tool to people to copy films. You are doing what is called contributory infringement. In America or in Nigeria, what it would be called, you are causing other people to infringe copyright. And the US Supreme Court said, no, the fact that you have created this machine and people can use it to infringe does not make you an infringer yourself. But interestingly, the Supreme Court in England, in America at that time, it was a split decision of 5-4. So you can see that the thinking, even at that time, and the debates, it wasn't so clear. So music has met technology, and a lot of things have been happening. And team in America against Napster in America, and soon Napster was pulled down. And this is the world of intellectual property that I have created. I must have the power to make money from it. I will not allow third parties to copy. I remember in '87 at a conference, I asked Chief Hubert Ogunde, do you mind people copying your music or your plays? He was a doyen of theater. And he said, no. Anybody that copies my music or my plays is my son or my daughter. They can't do any of Ogunde's songs or plays like Ogunde. Then I asked, I said, sir, what if they copy Aye? Because Aye was the film he had just done, I think it was 32 celluloid. And he laughed, said, you can't copy Aye unless you are Aye. Now, I mean, I don't know what he put in it technologically that it could not be copied. So you need to ask him. Next slide. So in Act 3, in Act 4, other technologies have emerged. They have made it easy to copy whole parts, substantial parts, minor parts, but noticeable parts of music. They do not take permission, but they can copy. Now, interestingly, I think Pepper Clark or something, Ms. Clark, did a book on Ogunde and found out that in the 50s, this man that said he doesn't mind people sharing, we found out that he staged his play in Glover Hall. And I think it was about a 300-seater hall. And he had only sold 100 tickets. But the hall was full. So what do you think happened? What happened? Fake counterfeit tickets. Now, he was mad because people were coming in, making money. It wasn't going to his pocket. And so intellectual property is really about money. You know, monetization. You want to ensure you make money. Anybody who makes money should give you some of it and so on. So we've had the CD player. You saw it in his Ayo Bankole slide. With time, it became so easy to make copies. But then disruptive technology at another level. I remember a friend of mine, I was doing my PhD in London in '91, and he came over. He was working for Philips. And he said, Bankole, we'll soon be making something, we call it CD. You'll be able to put the whole of Encyclopedia Britannica on it. And I said, you are soon going to go mad. But that's technology. A lot has happened. And so today, it's so easy to stream. It's easy to do a cover. In fact, when I teach and students say cover, I say, what is cover? I don't know the meaning of cover. Maybe I'm getting old. You know, they say it's sample, to pirate, to collaborate. And so in order to prevent people from doing this, they had what is called technology protection measures, TPMs. But as soon as TPMs came to stop people from copying, the people reversed it, and they had measures to circumvent TPMs. And so the law was trying to catch up because in the law, there were no prohibitions against people manufacturing circumvention technology. But the current copyright law has that if there's a TPM and you reverse or circumvent it, you who are distributing, you who are using will also be committing a crime. So there was also the need to provide service providers. So you have the YouTubes. He mentioned earlier on that, I think it was T-Mark that said 38 people are using, or sites, or people are using his music on YouTube. So once they get that kind of information, imagine what will happen if, that's just T-Mark alone, if 50, 100 people are suing the YouTubes, the MTNs, that on your platform you have music which is unauthorized. And so one of the things the new Copyright Act has is a measure where once you notify YouTube or MTN or any of the others, they can bring down the content. And once they do that, their liability will be limited. And the rationale for this is that for newspapers, for television, if you send a letter that is abusive, derogatory, defamatory, the editors will read, they won't publish. If you send news to them, the editors will say, no, we have not confirmed this, we can't publish. But on social media, I mean, you send something to YouTube, it's there. So they are not able to check this. And so the law says we must protect them so that their industry will grow. Next slide. So we have a number of things which make up what you call intellectual property. You have patents. I mentioned that some inventors obtain patents. So it's for the protection of new inventions or improvements on known technology. And we have a Patents and Designs Act. You have trademarks for distinctive names. Remember I said distinctive, not descriptive. Labels, insignia, numbers, and so on that people use to distinguish groups, businesses, one from another. So for instance, if I travel to a village I don't know and I need table water, I'll probably be asking for Eva or Nestle and so on because I can trust them, okay? Then designs. There are equipment and parts of equipment that must be drawn before they are reproduced mechanically. So you can have such things, and even the fine attire that the MUSON organizing team have, which I complained when I came in, I should have come in one. So those kind of things, if you are going to produce them mechanically, industrially, not the ones you produce by hand, you can register them as industrial designs. Then copyright, you have the protection for musical works, for artistic works, for literary works, sound recordings, for audiovisual works and broadcast. Now I put R or no R because some of them without registration, there's no right. So somebody invented the yam pounder, a professor from Ife. He did not obtain a patent, he didn't register, and Koreans or Japanese started manufacturing. There's no right because he didn't register, okay? Trademarks, there's a system of registration. Design, system of registration. Copyright, up till yesterday, up till this year, we didn't have copyright registration per se. But the new Copyright Act has a provision that you can register copyright. If you register, the advantage is that if you go to court, you can prove that with this certificate, there is a presumption that my name is on it, it was issued on so and so date. So those are the advantages of registration. But if you don't register, you still have copyright protection. Because all you need is to be a Nigerian, a company registered in Nigeria, anything you produce, copyright protects it. I usually describe copyright as a floating set of privileges that comes and claps your work once you have fixed it in a form of expression. Then you have confidential information and privacy, which protects ideas you share with people in confidence. You share this idea with them, they say they are not interested, tomorrow they roll it out. And then your images, they take your photographs and they use it commercially. Next slide, please. So patents has 20-year terms. First of all, I should say IP rights are property rights. It's called intellectual property. Like all property, whether shares or land, you can bequeath it, you can transfer, you can license, and you can even use it as collateral. Even though in Nigeria, one of the things MUSON and I'm pushing so many other organizations to do is engage the bank boys to understand, and the KPMGs of this world who can help out, so that they will understand that these things can be used as collateral. It's being done all over the world. So musical equipment, which and technology surround it, can be used as, can be patented. One of the big issues in Nigeria today is whether software inventions and apps are patentable. And many people say they're not patentable, but I don't agree with them. We had litigation last, which was decided October last year, where the courts refused to follow that argument and set aside our client's patents, e-transact and InfoWeb or something like that. It's not appearing on the next slide, please. So trademarks, you have the names of the band. Kiss Daniel, how many of us know Kiss Daniel and the issues he had with names and so on, okay? So the rationale for protecting trademarks is that no one should be able to use identical or seemingly confusing marks, sound alike or look alike, the name of your group, of your song, and so on. So who owns the title? You need to decide in your band who is the owner. Otherwise, a co-composer or just a person who played one instrument or the other can say he's the one, and he may go and register it. So there are a lot of litigation. You have Joromi. How many of us remember Joromi? The song by Victor Waifo, and I think it was Simi, that did a song with the same title, and Victor Waifo went after him. The matter was settled, but it would have been very interesting to see what the courts will do. We are in court on behalf of Ara. How many of us know Ara? The female talking drummer. Okay, another person came using, I think her own is Ara. And then somebody else came in using Ara, another female talking drummer. So very interesting, these are very interesting issues. And trademarks are very important for merchandising, for endorsements, and so on. Next slide. So designs, like I said, can be used for protection of equipment. So some people claim, I don't know whether it's true, that Victor Waifo was the first person to use a double guitar with two sets of frets. I don't know. Assuming he was, that design, he may be able to register it and prevent other people from using it for 15 years. Next slide. So copyright, which is perhaps the most significant for music. Your music must be original in the sense that you have not copied it, and then it must be fixed in a form from which it can be reproduced. So it can be on your phone or anything that it can be reproduced from. And so I'll describe copyright as a bundle of distinctively divisible rights. So if there's an orange, you cut it, or apple, into various parts. You have the right to translate, to adapt, the right to broadcast, the right to record, the right to communicate it to the world. So how many of us know the song, No Woman No Cry? Okay. So somebody did a version, No Jesus, No Life, No Jesus, No Life, using the same tune. So the Bob Marley group could go after such a person. Okay? Now, copyright gives protection for life of the author plus 70 years after. In some cases, it's from the year in which the song is just released. I mean, the CD is released, 50 years. So, but what it means is that a lot of classical music, do they still have copyright when most of the composers are dead, and they've been dead for over 70 years? So you can use that when you're talking of collabo. You can take part of it, you can do your own stuff from it. Then We also have performers' rights. Somebody who performs a song also has his own rights, separate from the composer. Now, Ed Sheeran was sued by the estate of Edward Townsend, who said they wrote their father or whatever wrote a song with Marvin Gaye. But they used bam, 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 maybe G, C, A minor, D7. And the court said, no, those progressions are so common. You know, I've written a song with those progressions myself. So you cannot say because somebody used those progressions, you want to sue him for infringement. It's not original, okay? So it's important that we know what rights we have. I can't see the last, I don't know what that's not, it's not showing there. Yeah, I was going to say that collaboration is so important, but the law forbids unauthorized dealings with substantial part of the music. So it doesn't have to be the whole of the music. We have several cases in court now. I can't talk about some of them, but interestingly, somebody just takes a small part of a song, but when you hear that small part, you know that that is that other person's song. And even though it seems to be a small part, but the fact is substantial in the sense that that is the vibe. That's the mainstay of the song that you have taken. And courts would say that is an infringement of copyright. Those who have infringed intellectual property, some people have gone to prison in Nigeria. Some people have had to pay up to 5 billion, even 15 billion. INEC was, 15 billion was awarded against INEC for the patent in the boxes, those voting boxes, or what they call them, ballot boxes. So, but for us as MUSON, I want to say the next slide, please. We may need to urge, next slide, the Copyright Commission. And no, that's not the next slide. Yeah, we need to urge the Copyright Commission and collecting societies. There is a regime in the copyright law. It was in the old one in 1988, and it's now section 27 of the current law. It was in the schedule of the old one that allows you, once a record has been released, a song in a record, the recording has been released, you can make an adaptation by writing to the collecting society. They have an amount which you pay for adapting, just so that somebody who did no Jesus, no life, all he needed to do was to write the collecting society, and there's an amount that will be calculated for doing an adaptation. Or you want to do a reggae version, or you want to do, you know, whatever, adaptation from one genre to another. So then the safe harbor provisions of the Act that is in favor of the big guys like the YouTubes, like the MTNs. The other question which we need to ask is, what if I have my song up there and we heard that within 14 days on, was it ChatGPT? But I'd like to say that downloading, distribution of music without authorization is illegal. All of us are sinful. May God forgive us. Performing the music of others, MUSON, I believe, have a blanket license so that music can be performed here, and it will not be illegal. So some of you that perform music of others, ensure the halls you use or event centers have authorization, or that otherwise you have authorization to use the music. Today, nobody may come after you. But one day, when you make money, or when you become big, they may come after you. Next slide. Thank you very much.
So we can take a few questions, 1 or 2 questions if anyone has a question. Okay. So I have 2 people and then we'll move. Whilst we're taking the question, please, the band get ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Adedeji Aremu. I'm a music exec and entrepreneur. So my question is about the blankets licensing. So I stand to be corrected, but I don't think it's something that is functional here in Nigeria, because yeah, as a music exec, I get to play in that space a lot, right? And it's never been. So if you can, sir, I would like you to run through what the proper channel is supposed to be in Nigeria. So who is responsible for collecting this blanket licensing money from the event centers? How are we, as an artist, how are artists supposed to submit their set list to the event place to say these are the songs I will be doing, even though they are songs or other people's songs? And how do we go, through the process of collecting this money from the event space or the collectors, basically? So you run us through how that works in Nigeria, basically, or how it should work.
Okay. Should I? Okay. So the system is not perfect anywhere in the world. The way it works in Nigeria, we have the Musical Copyright Society of Nigeria, and there was also Copyright Society of Nigeria, but I understand that there may be issues with their approval with the Copyright Commission. So these organizations have members who have assigned their rights. I said copyright, intellectual property is property that can be given to, transferred like any property. So they have licensed the rights to collect the public performance of their work to the collecting societies. And the collecting societies then would say, for instance, MUSON may pay 100,000 a year for the use of music here. And so there will be a kind of log that they need to liaise with those who run MUSON in terms of knowing the music that's played more often. So, like I said, it's a developing thing in Nigeria because for several years, those two organizations were loggerheads. So because they were loggerheads, they couldn't even put a lot of things together. But if you, I can give you their, their details, or even if you Google them, you have their details, and they have their log and so on, and they share monies, distribute monies that they collect at the end of every year or every quarter, right?
Thank you very much, Prof. My name is Dr. Bayo Guyemi. Actually, I'm lecturer of music. Dr. Bayo Guyemi. Thank you, sir. I think you are the best position to answer this question because you are part of the people that put together Copyright Law 2022. We want you to give an update. Has it been approved? Has it been, what do you call it?
Oh yeah, the president has signed it.
So it's the one in
law.
operations
It's
now.
the law that is governing Nigeria now.
Okay, thank you.
Prof.
How are you, sir?
Thank you very much for being with us here today. I just wanted to quickly find out, assuming that there's a blanket license for the performance inside a venue, and then this venue, the performance is exploited on TV or any of the other media, does the coverage for the hall equally stand for the exploitation on these other?
No, sir. No. And then also, performance right covers live performances, and you're not supposed to record the person without his permission. You're not supposed to broadcast or communicate that without his permission. So those of us who do that, like I said, many of us are sinning. I hope we'll go to heaven. The law is against it. But if the person comes against you, then there can be a problem. I hope I've cleared this. Yes, sir. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes. So we are going to move straight to the fireside chat. So permit me to stay on this side of the stage because I'm going to be bringing discussants on stage. We are the band. That's okay. The band will be performing after the fireside chat. And we also have one of the MUSON alumnus with us in the house who has a very, very, very great information to pass across. Collabo. Fantastic. We're doing good. Now, this is very interesting. This is going to be very chatty and very interesting. So please join me as I welcome all the discussants on stage. As I call them, I'd like for you to applaud them. First on the list, we have a very charming lady who started off as a customer care rep and has grown through the ranks in the last 15 years of her career in the telco space. Right now, she's the manager of Rich Media Services, Music and Podcast. She is a certified project manager professional and was trained in the UK. She began her career as a customer care rep with MTN, and she's been with them for 15 years. And she's going to be part of the discussants today. Please, let's put our hands together as we welcome on stage Chioma Nwobu. Please clap her, please. Her vision is aligned with doing business in the good way, and she's here to give us part of her knowledge, the extreme. Thank you. And coming up next is a solution architect of Cisco Edge Center. He brings with him over 13 years of industry experience to the forefront of technology advancement and innovation. He has a proven track record of designing and implementing cutting-edge solutions. He's a forward-thinking professional. He's committed to providing technology solutions to meet business needs, improve performance, sustainability, scalability, and security. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage one who is, they call him a tireless problem. He's a tireless problem solver. And his love for knowledge and sharing fuels his desire for technical innovation and growth by ensuring that everyone around him shares the objective of digitization as he inspires others to do the same. Mr. Chukwudi Theodore. Please put your hands together for him. Please don't forget, there are so many parts of their profile. I'm just keeping because of time. You can read, just scan the QR code and read. Sit next to the lady, sir. Thank you. Our next discussant is a partner within the advisory division of KPMG, West Africa, and currently heads the technology assurance service line. He has over 21 years of experience providing technology advisory and technology solutions across industries, majoring in telecommunications, media and technology, and finance services, and specializes in technology controls and assurance, at the core of which includes technology gap assessment and revenue assurance. He's very passionate about football, and I hope he's a Chelsea fan. Oh yeah, he is. I didn't even see that. Or Blues. Okay, let's welcome on stage Mr. Lawrence Amadi. Mr. Lawrence has led several IT audit and advisory projects across Southern Africa, including Zambia, Swaziland, South Africa, Botswana, and Mozambique, and in West Africa as well, Nigeria and Ghana, and many other accolades that he has accrued to himself. Our next discussant is a beacon in the world of music. He's an esteemed graduate of both the University of Nigeria and the University of Lagos. Early in his career, like I said earlier, he clinched the first prize at the inaugural MUSON piano competition and has since been a regular performer here at the MUSON Center. He's a committee member and is a member of the teaching faculty of the MUSON MTNF Diploma School of Music. His musical roots runs deep, tracing back to this lineage that spans 4 generations of notable musicians. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on stage Mr. Ayo Bankole Jr. Mr. Ayo has carved a niche for himself as a versatile composer, an arranger, and a music director. His prowess led him to establish Minstrel Craft, a top-tier production facility in Lagos. And I'm sure you've heard him perform before. He's a fantastic performer. And we met him earlier when he gave us that fantastic speech. Uncle Dabs, like I like to call him, a music executive with a wealth of experience in different facets of the industry. Currently the strategy partner, manager, artist, and labels for Sub-Saharan Africa at YouTube, Google. Uncle Dakpo's journey started as a producer and an engineer signed to Chocolate City Looping Music. He then served as an A&R before going on to become the head of music operations at Chocolate City Wana. Making his way through the industry, Dabs has sought to develop and showcase African talents on the global stage and is using his vast experience and position to spotlight African artists and provide a platform for building creatives. Please let's welcome on stage Mr. Dakpo Ayo Adeusi. Please clap, clap. If you know you want a good partnership with YouTube, clap for him. Clap, clap very well. So that it can increase your streams. And I will be sitting down to enjoy this segment because I think it's going to be a really, really fantastic segment. Whilst I'm saying that, please, let's have the microphones that you're going to be using ready on standby. To anchor this event is a lady who has 18 years of work experience in the non-profit and social entrepreneurship spaces, and who currently works as a freelance sustainable development and NGO management consultant under our own consulting platform, Third-Tier Sector Solutions, Development Solutions. The consultancy provides technical support services to NGOs, social enterprises, and social impact projects. Technical support is provided through capacity building, training, workshops and grants, writing, strategic planning, and NGO board selection and management, business model advisory services, and donor research partnership linking. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage to anchor this event, Miss Linda Bebantum. She has a BA in International Studies with minor in French from American University, Washington, D.C., and a master's in International Studies and Diplomacy. Please clap as she comes on stage.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Wow. The wealth of experience that we have on this stage is quite amazing. So I'm looking forward to having an amazing discussion with you all. So with no further ado, I think I'll start by thanking Mr. T-Mac, who would have been part of this fireside chat, but he made his presence felt. And I must say I love what he said. One of the things that I went away with what he said was, he said, computers do not dream. They can only acquire data. So starting with that, I would like to start my first question, direct my first question to Lawrence. I have the right to call everyone on first name basis, except maybe Mr. Ayo Bankole Jr. Okay. Lawrence, you know, we've heard of your experience in providing technology advice and, you know, in technology and your fintech experience. I'd like to ask you, what are the emerging investment-worthy trends and future possibilities at the intersection of music and technology?
Thank you very much for this question, and I'd like to say thank you to the Board of Trustees of MUSON. What are the investment-worthy, areas or trends? I think before I respond to that, I'd like to share one or two, nuggets or thoughts. I was asked if I liked music. I think it was a criteria for being shortlisted as one of the panel members. And I said, yes, I'm a huge fan, and I'm a fan of MI, so I'm on the rap side of things. So if I wasn't doing tech consulting, I'd probably be doing some rap music, now, and maybe made a name for myself. What do we need to invest in? Two things come to mind largely. One is education, and I think Dapo touched on this when he spoke to us earlier. Education is so critical, because if we don't fuel the Gen Zs today, there will be no tomorrow for us in this country. Today, we are seeing that whatever Two-Face, Olu maintain, Phase, the Banj, wherever they stopped, the next guys that came behind them, Ashake, Rema, Thames, Wizkid, they've taken that game to another level altogether. So when you hear about the collaborations that they are doing in studios in America today, if you don't educate the guys, our producers can be at the same level with the producers in the US. And it's that simple. So you've got to find a platform to keep encouraging these guys to be on the same page. I know sometimes we might think about UX, UI. We've listened to Cisco talk about cybersecurity, deep analytics, predictive, prescriptive, and descriptive analytics. All of these trends, they also play their role in music. So if you don't expose the guys to be ready for tomorrow to make that impact, then we're going to be, we'll be in trouble. In 2019, nobody knew Rema. Today, 1 billion downloads on Spotify. In 2019, like Dapo mentioned, it was, he was in Benin. 1 billion downloads on Spotify. So it just tells you that if you educate the guys, they get exposure. And if they get exposure, they make huge impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Education, exposure, very important so that we can be on the same level as our counterparts abroad. Fantastic. Chioma, I'd love to talk to you about MTN, and we all know that MTN and some of the other telecoms collaborate with musicians. So on that note, could you share some insights on collaborations between musicians and telecom companies and, the partnerships, how they drive innovation and how they benefit both parties?
Okay. All right, thank you for that question. All right, first of all, I'll start by saying that the collaboration between musicians and telco is more of a mutual effort, yeah? Because, it's more like a mutual effort towards supporting the local music industry, fostering an environment that encourages and empowers aspiring musicians, yeah, and of course, resulting to substantial financial rewards. Let's take, for instance, some of the artists that you may know, Niniola, Praise, likes of Chidinma. They were all products of this collabo. The ones Project Fame from MTN. Yeah, so in this scenario, MTN provides an enabling environment to showcase raw talents that couldn't have done that themselves. So it's a platform to showcase those talents. So for the likes of those that I just called now, MTN played a major role in launching their careers. Yeah. Then talking about innovation, I would say with the advent of digital platforms, right, for music consumption, MTN is also in that space, trying to be the future of other telcos. So the partnerships that we have with all of these streaming platforms is what I would say is the innovative part of it. All right, so for MTN, I know Mr. Ayo talked about Rema, talked about the downloads and all of that that's got from YouTube. So from MTN gives you that, the numbers, is the scale. So in as much as it's also good for artists to put up their content on the DSPs, on the streaming platforms, from the telco point of view, they provide you with scale. So take, for instance, MTN with about 80 million users, with like 50% of smartphone users. So the end result will be the bottom line, the financial rewards, that royalty payouts to those artists. So for me, it's a win-win for both parties. So if you put in your content in all of the DSPs, especially with the ones that the telcos partnered with, you as an artist will have a significant royalty payout, because it ensures that you receive a fair compensation of your work, and that in turn pushes you to even invest more in your work. 1,000 streams, because people were here streaming what those that were in UK were seeing physically. So that innovation, that live streaming is what we also play in as a telco. So I would say that MTN, we are committed in not just enabling platforms for these Nigerian artists to thrive, but also it is that royalty payout that it gives to artists is a big significant push to artists, is a big significant push for artists to put up their songs in all of the telco partnered platforms. Then worthy of note is also to pitch in concerning the talent show that I talked about, the project frame. In as much as that has ended, but there is an introduction, a new introduction in that talent show space, which is the one MTN just introduced, the Best of the Streets. That, unlike the usual music shows, this goes to the suburbs, goes to the community, goes to the neighborhoods to extract that talent. Yeah? So it is that play, it gives that level playing field. We have the version 2 that just commenced in October. Currently, entries are ongoing. But what I'm trying to say is that the telco just gives you that enabling environment to maximize your potentials, to be a star, bring you up from the ground, and make you a superstar.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Choma. So, showcasing talent, skills building, content provision, there's a lot in what you've just said here. Thank you very much, Choma. Mr. Ayo Bankole Jr., you are part of the MUSON family. Several generations of musicians in your family, and you're also a committee member as well as part of the faculty, the teaching faculty of MUSON. So, considering this, we're looking at the evolving musical education landscape and the increasing importance of music production. So we're looking at things like sampling, mixing, MIDI editing. How can music teachers successfully integrate this into the curriculum and enrich the learning journey of students, especially as it concerns examinations in the GCSE?
Interesting question. I think part of one of the first things that needs to be considered is the idea of having the teachers themselves trained. So you need teachers, more people need to onboard or learn these skills. That is the skills of working with technology to make music. So it means more people need to be exposed to it, teachers themselves. And it's never too late. So I don't think age is a barrier to it, especially considering the fact that most people that are going to be teaching music in schools, secondary schools, and so on, would have probably come from a background where they're exposed to classical or formal music training. So it becomes more important for, one, the teachers to be able to get these on board some of these skills, or else they won't even be able to pass it on to the students. Now, there's a barrier in terms of what needs the kind of infrastructure that is required for this, in terms of equipment, computers, software. A lot of these can be very expensive. But at the same time, this global democratization of knowledge means that there are actually quite a lot of platforms and options for people who want to learn and who also want to teach, that allow you to have free, especially on the Windows platforms. I'm not so sure about other platforms, but on the Windows platforms, there's quite a lot of free software or low-cost software. So, for instance, there are applications like BandLab and so on, which can be run from mobile apps, which also can be used from more bigger systems like your actual computer, which allow people to get to have an introduction into production, and they can start learning from there. Schools should also consider, partnering with institutions. There are a couple of institutions, without advertising, MUSON's school, that have labs that are set up and that would probably welcome the opportunity to partner with schools in the environment or in the locality that want to teach their students about production. So these are just some of the ways. There are other things you can partner with, or reach out to the community, or reach out to organizations, blue chip companies, and so on, for supporting acquiring equipment. And it doesn't have to be so much equipment at the initial stage. It could be smaller amounts. You can start with one system or two systems built as DAWs, that's digital audio workstations, and have a system where students can book for the use of those equipment, and therefore, everybody gets the opportunity one by one to engage with the material, with the equipment. Then the teachers themselves have to go about trying to find a way to incorporate some of this technology into their classes, get students to engage with this technology by them simply introducing some of these things one by one or little by little. For instance, bring a DAW, that is a digital audio workstation, and then maybe use it in the context of their normal performance classes or their normal compositional classes. So bit by bit, they'll get the exposure. I hope this, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I mean, it is obviously inevitable that the future musicians of this world need to engage with this type of technology, so it has to be part of the education system. So thank you very much. Makes a lot of sense. So my next question is for Chukwudi. Hello. So Chukwudi, you are involved in the IT networking space. What was it they called you? A warrior, a problem-solving warrior. Okay. So we'd like to know from you, how is artificial intelligence shaping the future of IT networking? And what are the key benefits and challenges that organizations may encounter when integrating AI into network infrastructure?
Thank you, the Board of Trustees, for putting this together. And I'd like to say hello to all my colleagues for now. First of all, I have to mention that I'm a lover of classical music, but I'm a network engineer. I know this might surprise you. Classic music it puts me in the realm of thinking, because I will ask myself, what did the orchestrator or the choir master sit to bring this to light? So it fascinates me. And we need to know that there needs to be an infrastructure for these artists to be able to put their art and whatever they have put together for people to be able to access it. Now, first of all, there needs to be an infrastructure. Now, there also needs to be a platform on that infrastructure for we to access what they have produced or what they have come about. Now, where AI comes in is the management and the administrative part of these infrastructures. These infrastructures need to be accessible 24/7. There needs to be security on them, and there needs to also be simplicity, which is where I mentioned why I like classical music. When you're listening to classical music, it seems very simple, but the hard work that goes behind to put it together is what fascinates me. So now, what AI is doing and how AI comes into managing infrastructures is that it goes ahead of you with the data it has gathered. It goes ahead of you to give you predictions and to give you actionable insights on things you should do and things you should not do. So let me give you an instance. Now, I know YouTube runs an infrastructure. It runs on infrastructure. And that infrastructure is a hardware, right? Computers, servers, switches, routers, fiber networks, and all of that. But it will be very difficult to manage that infrastructure. MTN as well runs one of the largest infrastructures in West Africa. But how do they manage it? How do the guys or the ladies sit behind their laptops and they know that something is wrong? It means that there is something that bridges the infrastructure and operations, and which is AI. Right? So AI tells you, with the integration of AI into infrastructures, it tells you, this is what I think would be the problem if 2 million people are connected to a certain device and are streaming at a certain time. So it gives you insight of if you need to expand, or it gives you insight if you need to do something to make that seamless for people. Now, right, a lot of people are not skilled in terms of knowing the right things or knowing the right AI tools to integrate. So organizations are actually doing better in terms of, skilling up people. But in terms of AI integrating into networks, it makes it simple. You're able to manage your infrastructure properly. It's also able to give you actionable insight. Then the problems we have in terms of integration of AI into manageability of infrastructures is skill gap. Thank you.
Thank you. That was packed information there, but it's true. Music needs infrastructure, right? You can't do the great work of musicians without the infrastructure, and then the predictions, very useful addition that AI has provided now, can help with making the right decisions. So thank you for all that. And then knowing the right skills, having the right skills and knowing the right tools to use in AI, very important. Okay. Next, I'd like to direct my question to Dakpo. You've had significant experience in the music industry across various facets, including Chocolate City, and you've worked a lot with artists. So I'd like to ask you, considering the evolving landscape of social media platforms like YouTube, where you are, YouTube, Google, what trends do you foresee shaping the integration of music and technology in the near future? It's similar to the question that I asked, but in your own sphere, what do you see on social media?
I think social media is playing an increasingly pivotal role when it comes to music. All different, the entire music, value chain. So you think about, even from discovery, social media plays such a huge part in artist discovery. You talk to A&Rs today. So an A&R, for those who don't know, an A&R A&R means artist and repertoire. So that person, the simplest way to explain what that person's job within the music system is that an A&R's job is discovery, artist discovery, talent discovery, and brand and creative management. So what that means is they look after the artist's brand, they look after their creativity, right? They manage that aspect of the artist's career. And they sort of also act as an advocate for the artist with a label, if the artist is with a label. Now, what you find today, the reason why I'm explaining what an A&R is or does is that with social media, for example, or with an A&R in social media, we find a lot more A&Rs finding artists on social media, right. As the case may be. Like you rightly mentioned, YouTube can be thought of as a social media platform as well. And so you're able to find, even just with our algorithm recommendation engine, you're able to find a lot more artists, which is why we say it's the #1 platform for music and talent discovery. Plays such an increasingly pivotal role, as I mentioned, from discovery to even promotion and marketing and to amplification. I think the need to unfold in real time, right? We started with something like Instagram, where we were only posting pictures and then we could post videos. So people started to be artists were able to post things like their snippets and teasers and trailers, and even in movies and everything. Then we now have a platform like TikTok, where short form video is the major thing they do. Also on YouTube, we also have short form video, YouTube Shorts, which lend a lot more to virality now. You take a song like Calm Down, for example, or even a song like Love Wanting, which before Calm Down until this year was the most streamed song out of Africa. And I like to speak about Love Wanting because I was privileged to be a part of that process. While I was at Chocolate City, I worked with CK. I was CK's A&R. And it's in that time that we made Love Wanting, that he made Love Wanting. And, so I was, I can speak from a sort of first person point of view, seeing how social media helped because that song was made in 2019, maybe earlier, but it didn't gain global relevance until 2021. And social media did that, right? So Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all of those platforms helped that song. Same thing with Calm Down. You find that a lot of artists, there's a song called Water now by an artist named Tyler. You guys know Water. Make me sweat, make me harder. People on social media know that song, yeah? And she's a very young, I think she's 19, maybe 20 at most, a very young artist from South Africa. She's been around for a couple of years, still viral across the globe. Tyler is now one of the most recognizable names.
Did you say Thailand? Tyla,
Tyla. She's now one of the most recognizable names and faces in the music industry globally in just about 6 months. She prior to that song, she had less than 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. She hit 100,000 mid-year this year. I was still talking to her management and saying, hey, we need to, celebrate this, I just got a notification today that she's about to hit 500,000. And that's social media. Is the work of social media, is the power of social media. So I think it's and that lends back to what we're talking about with technology. So I think the future of social media, I don't know exactly what it is, we don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but I think it would behoove all of us to sort of embrace that along with all the other technology we are embracing. because that is going to be the future. Somehow going to be very pivotal in what we're doing in the future, as it has to do with music. Like I said, discovery is a huge part of it, but I think even just amplification, when you think about it, you know, somebody earlier spoke about the Banj and Tubaba and people like that, and you know, in my opinion, I think people like that could have been global stars, even bigger global stars, like the stars we have today, like the Burna Boys and the Wizkids and Remas and all these guys and Ashakes. I think they would be, but obviously at the time when they were the biggest, they didn't have things like social media. And so what we're seeing today is what I think African music, where I think African music should be, thanks to the help of social media. And so it's going to be very important. It's going to be very pivotal in what we're doing. I think it's smart of us to embrace it and to try to stay ahead of it, so that we're able to tap into whatever sort of avenues it presents to us to make the most out of the music.
Fantastic. Yeah. So discovery, brand and creative management, the algorithms. People can put their short form videos on social media, and basically to help you to blow. I guess that is the bottom line, right?
Yeah, and sorry, just to add one more thing, I think part of the thing about social media that relies on the internet is that it can also be timeless. So if you look at what I said about CK, a song came out in 2019, blew up in 2021, made him the biggest global star out of Africa at the time, still one of the biggest. And then you look at other songs that are coming back now. We have, I mean, there's so many songs. There's that song by Stanley Okorie, the Billionaire song. Billionaire, cash, something I'm spending the money. That song was created, God knows, I mean, I must have still been in primary school at the time. But it's now one of the biggest songs on social media from short form content. So I think that's the other thing that I wanted to add, is that it's also timeless. And so making sure that you're taking advantage of it, even if you don't see anything from it, or it looks like you're not seeing anything from it now, you never know, a year from now, 2, 5, 10 years from now. It's the power of cataloging, and then that brings us back to things like copyright. But I think it also creates this timeless structure for us to, that, you know, where things could still come back eventually in the future.
Awesome. Fantastic. So, well, I hope someone is keeping tabs of the time. I have another round of questions, if I may. I compare, how are we doing?
So, we have some students
that have some questions
before they leave because
okay.
of time. So can we just maybe take that?
Definitely, yes. Please,
okay,
let's go ahead.
Good afternoon, panel. My name is Mirabi and I'm from CIS, and we're having our GCSE exam.
Could you speak up a little
Sorry.
bit?
My name is Mirabi. I'm from CIS, Churches International School, and we have our GCSE exam next year. And so my question is, how can we use music technology to help us or like support us? So we have to compose music according to that brief that they've given us. So how can we use music technology to support us in a way that it's not really like cheating or, you know, in the exam? Thank you.
Oh, you want me to answer that?
Anyone.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And then,
yeah,
quiet.
Mr.
Okay.
Mr.
All right. Technology, I think that there's so many ways, right? As it has to do with music composition, like you just said. When Timac was here, he mentioned Sibelius, which is a software you can write music, right? So that's one way to help. It shortens your what's the word? The amount of time you need to spend on that. That in one way helps. There's social media, like I just spoke about, is another thing that can help in terms of being able to have access to all the compositions that can help with, in terms of real time, when you work on your compositions, you can kind of hear them back right away. Instead of waiting, like Timac said, back in the day, you have to wait till an orchestra plays it, and then you hear and you're like, okay, well, I want to tweak this, tweak that, tweak that. But you can do that in real time right there and then, right? And so those are things that can help, even with orchestration, right? You can listen to something and say, oh, I don't like the way the brass sounds here, so let me replace that with strings. I don't like the way this sounds, or maybe, if I added Steinway here, that could sound better than if you use the Yamaha. Who knows? So I think that technology can help for sure. And obviously there's AI, generative AI, which now and we're still learning a lot about AI and generative AI, right? It kind of borders on what you're talking about with cheating and stuff. So we're still working on what that could look like, what the framework of making sure that you have more time to be more productive, to create more, to compose more. Technology helps a lot with that.
No, I got the sense that you were a bit worried about the morality or the ethics of the situation. So one of the things that I also realized is that, as a writer and producer and composer myself, is that we all draw inspiration from people who have come before us. So, truth be told, even if there was not technology, I would be looking at, how did Sonny Ade do this? What exactly did he do in this particular song? Or what did Fela do? Or what did Beethoven or Bach do? And it doesn't always, and most of the time, you find out that composers and creative people are serial cheats, if you want to. Not that they're cheating in this, and you might not even know, again, that this person has copied so. I might copy a particular aspect of it, or a particular technique, or a particular structure, and my song is in a completely different genre, so you would not even have an idea that has happened. So I think we're actually, as Dakwa has said, we're in this kind of gray area where we should not be afraid to engage with the technology or the tools out there, but we should be a bit circumspect, a bit cautious, and try to say, okay, this is crossing the line, and sort of like put the brakes on. But for most creative people, you're going to learn from other people, other sources, and so on. And it's the hallmark of creativity that you take information from different places and put it together. So I hope that answers it partially.
Does anyone else want to contribute to that?
So I think if I was to add a thought, when we listened to Sir Ayabankole's presentation earlier, he spoke about ChatGPT and how that took 5 days to attain 1 million subscriptions. Similarly, Dakwa hasn't told us this hack. Google have just released what you call Music LM. So if you look that up, Music LM is available for public testing and views. So if you go to Google LM, trust me, you're going to have tons of inspiration that won't make you look like you're cheating at all, because you are just going to get the inspiration you need to then prepare. And that's why people can just oppose Selena Gomez's voice on a Rama song, and they will know it will be a big hit before the collabo is even encouraged to happen. So inspirations can come from just you tapping your fingers to you trying out what you have online.
Awesome. Another question?
Yes, from a student of the MUSON Diploma School.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kelvin Modu, and my question is for you, Uncle Babs. Okay, I play the cello. The cello, that's my major. So my question is for you, Uncle Babs. I have a YouTube channel. It's doing pretty well. I have like over 100 subscribers. So I sometimes when I release, like I upload videos online, my views are not. Some of my videos have like 1,000 views, but then some have like
for search, so that when people search, like you said, you're a cellist. When people search Yo-Yo Ma, for example, are you one of the things that potentially could come up? Are you putting that in your what's it called? In your tag words, right? I'll give you an example. When I was still working with labels, and I was working with CK and Nosa and people like that. Whenever we release a video for an artist, for if it's a pop artist at the time, we'll tag it with and examples of how you can optimize your presence as an artist on YouTube. It also exists for songwriters and for producers. It's artists.youtube.com. Artists with an S, so plural. Artists.youtube.com. I will give you all the information you need on how to basically optimize, monetize, and make the most of your presence as an artist on the YouTube platform. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, we have another question.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Anthony Samuel from Lagos State University, music student. All right, my question is very simple. You mentioned something about optimizing your YouTube channel. So I want to ask, what is the process? The process.
What's the process? Well, there's a number of things. There's, there's quite a number of steps, actually. I can't go through everything. But optimizing, I mean, you know the meaning of optimization, just making sure that it's the best, something is the best form that it could be. So optimizing your channel means what is the best form, it can be. What's the best, the idea you want to have, the idea of this is that when somebody goes to your YouTube channel, when they land on your channel page, does it look like a place they want to stay and watch content on? Is it organized? I'll give you an example. One of my favorite examples of an optimized YouTube channel is Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj has such an optimized YouTube channel that is unreal. So much so that she has a whole playlist for videos, for her music videos. She has a playlist for videos that are not hers, but that she's featured in. So you will go on there and you see the Cardi B song, you will see a Lil Durk song, you will see all these, other people that have songs with Nicki Minaj that are not even her songs that she's featured on. But it's so optimized. She has them by her albums, she has them by the mixtapes. So if you're looking for Pink Friday, you go there, you click on it, you see all the songs in Pink Friday. So those are some things to do to optimize. Is your YouTube channel name, because there's your channel name and there's your handle, do they match? Right? Do they match your other socials across, other platforms, right? So that if somebody is looking for Rema, for example, you don't want him to be Rema on one place and be Divine on another place, because that's his real name. But nobody's going to know he's Divine, because everybody knows Rema. Do you get what I'm saying? Or Wizkid in one place and then it's Ayo Balogun somewhere else. We're not going to know. So are those things optimized? Are they uniform across? Are you giving information? There's a YouTube banner. There's a banner on your page. Are you putting is it blank? I call it real estate space. Are you putting information there that people can see and say, okay, this guy is doing X, Y, Z? Are you playing shows? You can put it up there. Your profile picture, make sure that, your color scheme match, sort of aligns with everything. Things like that. Your pinned video, if you have an OAC, your pinned video, is that the most recent video? Is that the video you want everybody to see? How are all those things arranged? So those are a couple different ways. Like I said, if you go to artist.youtube.com, it will give you a lot more information on how to optimize your channel, what you can do to make sure that your channel is optimized.
Okay, thanks, Dakwa. I know that time is not our friend at the moment, so can we say that during the networking sessions, people can continue to ask questions, if they'd like to? Or do we still have time? If we do have time, we can continue.
There's just one person from Mountaintop University, so
just one person? Okay, let's have our last question then.
Yes, my name is Michael. I'm from MT Mountaintop University. I have two questions actually. One to Mr. Dakpo. You've heard of stream farming. Does that count as optimization?
Say that again?
Does it count as optimization?
Does it count?
As optimization.
Technically, it's fraud.
How?
So, for those who don't know, stream farming is where when somebody basically, how do I explain this? Where somebody basically pays to have their song or content streamed so that their stream numbers can go up, right? So if I have a song, I've put it out, it's on all the platforms, YouTube Music, everywhere, then I go and pay somebody X amount of money so that they create the most, I guess the one that everybody knows is bots. So you have a bunch of phones, a bunch of devices, tablets, computers and stuff, and the person has programs and bots on those devices that just automatically stream the songs over and over again. And so what happens is you have what we call artificial streams, right? Now, I say it's fraud because people are not actually listening to those things, right? They're not actually listening to it. I'll give you a very small scale version of a stream farm. If I put on a song on Apple Music, on YouTube Music, right, and I put it on repeat, and I leave it and I go off, technically, that song will keep streaming for an hour. Am I listening to the song? No. But the song is streaming, right? So it's a bit of it can be seen as a fraudulent method to raise streams. Now, the fact of the matter is that it is prevalent in our space, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on who you speak to. So I wouldn't say it's part of optimization. However anybody else wants to look at it, I don't think it's part of optimization because I think the point of putting out your music is for other people to hear the art, right? Obviously, there's the monetization aspect of it, which is why stream farms now exist. And when you think about it, why are stream farms so looked down on? There's people cracking down on stream farms. Spotify has now started to send strikes to people to say we're getting artificial streams from you. So that just tells you how much of, how frowned upon it is at the moment. Even YouTube, we have so many different measures in place in terms of our algorithm and our systems that catch fake views, right? Because people would buy views. You get what I'm saying? So I wouldn't say for an artist right now to consider stream farming as any part of your strategy, right? You should be looking more for actual organic engagement and reach that for your music. Because what happens, let me say this real quick. If you have a song, you have 1 million streams on the song, let's say. When you do a show, you're expecting at least half of those 1 million streams, 500,000 people to show up. Now, if you've stream farmed and you've stream farmed 900,000 of those your 1 million streams, you're going to have maybe 100 people show up because nobody actually listens to the song. So people don't know the song. And I've seen this play out in real time in the music industry where we've gone to a show, a song that was number 1, number 2, the artist came out and was singing and nobody knew the song. Not one person knew the song, but they were number 2 on the charts, stream farms. Somebody who was not on the charts came out, the instrumental started playing from the back and everybody went wild.
Wow, that's quite something.
So,
since time again is not our friend, I'm just going to give everybody a chance to, say their final words, final opinions. There's been so much we've discussed, and we could have gone on and on, but unfortunately we don't have time. So please, starting from Chioma, anything, your final words, and bearing in mind that we have students and teachers here, anything that you'd like to leave with us. Thank you.
Okay. So for me, as young, talented artists, I would encourage you all, to at least to keep up the good, first of all, to keep up the good work you're doing, and always try to seize every form of opportunity that you see. Most of you here are raw talents waiting to explode. So if you, per any chance, see an existing or any new platform that comes up, there is no restriction. You should come out and showcase yourself. You could be that next big thing. So don't be scared. Don't hold back. Always try to push yourself forward. Even when people are declining, push yourself forward. If you see an opportunity wherever it is, take it with your full chest. Thank you.
Thank you, Chioma.
Thank you very much. So I'll base mine on, my last thoughts will be collaboration. And collaboration in the sense that as the next generation of artists, we should try to do things because we love it. And we should also try to avail ourselves. Now, the thing is, there are platforms that might reach out to us and say, oh, we like what you have done, would like to have your content on our platform, and you're looking at, oh, because it's not YouTube, because it's not Spotify, because I'm not going to get that visibility, you're not willing to collaborate. No, it has worked for me as a person, right? So make sure that you give listening ears to as much people as possible. And collaboration should not just be physical collaboration. I mean, the internet is borderless, right? The internet is the new network. So go hard as much as you can. Collaborate beyond the borders of Nigeria. I mean, are you aware that Ghanaians play our music more than us? Ghanaians. I was in Ghana for about a week, 3 months ago, for a big project. And everywhere I visited was either Burna Boy or Wizkid. In short, they know more of Burna Boy's album more than me, right? So I think we should base more on collaboration and making ourselves available. Thank you.
Sorry, to add to what he said, playing more than us, as in other countries and all of that playing more than us. You see, I noticed that most of the questions actually were on YouTube, and that's where that restriction comes in. So you shouldn't restrict yourself to a particular DSP. Spread your tentacles. Those Ghanaians may be listening more, maybe more on Apple Music, more on Spotify and other music streaming platforms. So the advice is spread your tentacles. Don't restrict yourself only on YouTube.
Thank you, Chairman.
Apologies.
Okay. I know, Lawrence, you have to leave as well, so please go ahead.
So I think I've learned a lot just listening to all the speakers. When you asked the first question, I held back a bit because I know I was looking at time, but I'll say this. Before now, for you to produce songs or music, you need equipment filled up in the entire room, gadgets, and it's just like heavy stuff everywhere. Today, what do you need? A laptop, a sound card, a microphone, and you're good to go. We've seen some really big songs that are almost Grammy-nominated songs produced in a hotel room. Just a hotel room that has basic furniture. What does that tell you? It tells you that there should be no limits, no boundaries holding us back. So if I listen to Choma and Chukwudi's comments, it just means you've got to then, just keep going. And when you hear collabo, MTN saw something in partnering with Apple, Airtel saw something in partnering with Spotify, and it is about collaboration. And they know that they can't use 80 million subscribers to make the most if they don't continue to grow and they continue to partner. So having an open mind to doing those big things becomes really, really important. You made a point about YouTube, and it's important because YouTube is so universally adopted. But when you think about Finesse, the song Finesse, Fields and Buju, the song went way ahead of them because TikTok blew the song completely. So every single person that was posting something was riding on that song, to make, a mark. So when you do this stuff, think very carefully about how creative you are being about your craft. Because people have blown just on the back of how creative they curated their craft. There's a young man who blew on TikTok and Instagram, and he doesn't say one word. He just comes to tell you how you can simplify things, and he does this. Quite easily done. I'm sure you guys know his name. He doesn't say one word, but that guy was a failed banker, lost his job, and started doing stuff, and he basically just does this. So as you walk out of this room today, you probably should tell yourselves, what do I do to stand out? And how do I take my craft to the next level? Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence. Thank you very much. Mr. Ayo Bankole, final words?
Yeah, I was thinking about this AI technology thing, and I was also thinking about the question which was asked by one of the students about kind of morality and so on. There's a couple of challenges here. We cannot say that because a technology gives the opportunity for one to cheat, that we cannot use that technology. Professor Shodipo actually said something like that. And we do also know that, for instance, that AI has their algorithms in place right now, which basically are supposed to be designed to find out whether or not you used AI to generate your answer or to write an essay or what have you. But as fast as there are technologies that are coming out that are designed to understand whether, or to be able to say whether you plagiarized somebody's work or whether it was generated by AI, there are other technologies that are coming out that are being designed to get past it. So I think Professor Shodipo referred to how protections were being made, and that people, as soon as they bring out these protections, they're being circumvented. So I think the way to go about it, one is that the teachers or people setting out exam questions and so on have to design the questions in such a way that what is being tested is not whether you used AI or not, but whether you actually have an understanding of what you're doing. And similarly for the students too, technology isn't something that you should run away from. It actually makes things faster. You can actually learn a lot more stuff. If you use some of the technology, it gives a whole range of options. So at the end of the day, what is more important is what do you know? What is your understanding of your field, or how you use it to accelerate it? If you don't know what you're talking about, you can use AI to generate a random response. You think it's right, and it's going to be completely wrong. So that's my final take. And I have a feeling that Professor Shodipo can show a bit more, cast a little bit more light on the morality or otherwise of the use of AI in generating responses.
Thank you, sir.
Speaking to the theme, music meets technology, I think what I would say in closing is, we should embrace, just like Sayo Bankole has said, we should really embrace technology as we're doing music, because I'm assuming all of us are, different music practitioners in whatever way, shape, or form, creators, PR people behind the scenes, in front of the camera, whatever that may be. I think embracing technology in how we create music, in what we're doing within the music space, I think it's very important. It's the future. It's really going to be, it's where we're going. And so it's behooves us to really be ahead of that now, especially for people like us that are from a region that is not always at the forefront of global minds. We can see that, what technology has done for us to bring us to that forefront from a music standpoint. Not just our artists, but even our producers, the people who are behind the scenes, even to the music video directors, the TGs, Meiji Alabis, and all these kind of people who have embraced technology. TG was saying the other day that he doesn't have any equipment. He doesn't have any equipment. TG Omori is probably the most expensive music video director in Nigeria at the moment. I think his last video I heard cost somewhere between 60 million and 100 million. But he said he doesn't have equipment at all. And he rents all of his equipment. And that got me thinking, clearly there is, some sort of platform somewhere where somebody can go, or maybe somebody should create it if it doesn't exist, where somebody can go and say, okay, I want to rent this, I want to rent this, I want to rent this, rent it, get it back, and you're good to go. And that's, again, in the very, very small way, technology, right? Small in the context of what we know technology to be today. It's technology, right? Because in the past, you had to find who had a red camera, who had a this, who had a that. And that's even behind the scenes of the music. So I think, you know, what I would like everybody to leave here today with is that music and technology are a sort of a match. I think somebody said, I think it was you, okay, that said it's a love affair. And I think we need to embrace that moving forward, and not try to shy away from that. I think even with, as it has to do with classical music, technology will show up in different ways. It doesn't have to show up in the way it shows up for pop music. It doesn't have to show up in the way it shows up for music videos or movies, but it will show up in a way, and I think it will behove us to sort of embrace that, because it will help us not only evolve in the music that we make, but it will help us innovate. It will give us inspiration. It would help us be most efficient with our productivity, with our time. So I think technology is really the future, and we should really embrace that marriage of music and technology.
Okay, fantastic. So I think we can all agree that we should embrace technology, and it is possible to embrace technology. It's inevitable anyway, while still being true to our creative expression. There are ways that we can do that. All right? Okay, it's been an honor moderating this session. Thank you to all our experts. Have a good evening.
So before we leave the stage, one of our organizers for today, Mr. Korede Omakwele, has a charge for us all, please.
Thank you very much. I've been itching to say this since. Most of my musical journey was based on mentorship. And I think Lawrence said something earlier that we have to educate the Gen Zs. About 4 years ago, or 5, Mr. Bankole decided to mentor me in production. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you are difficult to come across, isn't it? How willing are you, I mean, how you know? You know what I'm trying to ask you? How do you feel like mentoring anybody in the audience? Would you like to have maybe a group of 5 students each that you would like to mentor? You know what I'm trying to say.
No, it's to take that with you and implement. All right, thank you.
Okay, let's put our hands together for our first discussant. The fireside chat was really, really amazing. Please clap them, please. So would like for you to return back to your seat, but please just stay with us for the next few minutes. We're almost done. We just have 2 things left and we're done. Just very short stuff, and we're going straight to the point. And of course, like Mr. Korede said, some persons are going to come to you for mentorship. So we hope that you're willing. Now, we'd like for the band to be ready. Please be ready on stage. But before the band comes up, we have one of us who is not, I keep saying one of us, because I also... Check. Okay, this is working. Now I keep saying one of us, because I also passed through the MUSON Diploma School and also an alumnus of this school. But we have one of us here, Mr. Ifeanyi. I'd like to introduce him very well. He has a message to give to us. It's not long, let's just bear with him. It's a very interesting message. I think we would love to hear it. Mr. Ifeanyi Chukwueze Madu, a graduate of Edinburgh, yes. Ifeanyi was a MasterCard Foundation Scholar at the University of Edinburgh from 2018 to 2023, where he attained his music degree and was previously an MTNF Scholar at the Musical Society of Nigeria for the study of piano as his principal instrument under the tutelage of Marion Akpata. Ifeanyi served as the orchestral conductor for the University of Edinburgh. He was in the Composers Orchestra and works with the National Youth Choir of Scotland and Scottish Chamber Orchestra as a piano accompanist. Please, let's put our hands together for him as he comes with a message for us. Ifeanyi has become a founder and an innovator and is the Chief Executive Officer for Symphony, a product-led digital company for music education, and the impact of the company has already been profound. Please, let's receive Mr. Ifeanyi.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I must say, it's inspiring to hear all what you all are doing and to see so many familiar faces again. Well, just a quick one. Today, I have the privilege of sharing with you a journey, one that's as much about music as it is about technology. I am Ifeanyi Chukwueze Madu, the CEO and founder of Symphony. I am thrilled to share with you today our vision of revolutionizing music education through technology. As a classical pianist and piano teacher, I have experience on both sides as a student and a teacher. I found out that my students and I share the same challenge, the inability to measure their knowledge gaps and offer real-time feedback when I'm not there with them. Through the power of artificial intelligence, like they have all said, in Symphony, we are creating a novel approach to learning music. Our approach is powered by two main strands of technology. One strand focuses on personalized feedback, like Mr. Ayo Bankole said earlier, through custom-built audio signal processing algorithms. We provide students with real-time feedback during their practice session. Imagine having your virtual music teacher, one that goes beyond providing lessons and truly accompany you on your musical journey. Our AI-driven teacher offers real-time feedback during your practice session, covering pitch, rhythm, dynamics, and articulation. It's like having a personal coach right at your fingertip, helping you improve your skills anytime, anywhere. Our innovation does not stop there. We recognize that traditional music education, especially through sheet music, can be daunting, particularly for beginners. That's why we've developed groundbreaking image processing tools as our second strand of technology. These tools bring sheet music to life. All you need to do is to pick up your phone. Well, I don't have my phone yet, but take a picture of your sheet music, and it converts into a tutorial on how to play what is written. You can also choose perhaps a piano accompaniment if that's what you want, or you want to practice your sight reading and receive detailed feedback on your performance right in your practice room with your phone. With Symphony, your music education journey becomes more engaging and interactive, bridging the gap between technology and the artistry of music. Learning music should be engaging and fun. However, over 46% of students drop out of music programs globally due to the loss of motivation, according to ABRSM. Hence, at Symphony, we've integrated gamification into our platform, infusing custom-made animations, puzzles, and interactive features. This approach keeps our students motivated and immersed in the world of music. By turning learning into games, we ensure that you get a joy of music, and that is never lost. Although I have been endorsed as an innovator business founder to establish Symphony in the UK, our journey extends far beyond borders. Today, I stand before you not just as an alumnus of MUSON, but also as a leader of a company with a global vision. I am here to share with you our plan to reach new horizons, starting with the culturally rich nation of Nigeria. Of course, I'm Nigerian, so you should expect that. Nigeria, like many other places, faces challenges in accessing quality music education, except for institutions like MUSON, where I also received my training less than 10 years ago. While the passion for music runs deep, not everyone has access to the tools and resources needed to nurture their talent. This is where Symphony steps in, offering an innovative and inclusive approach to music education. Our AI-driven technology enables individuals to explore their music potential regardless of their location, from the bustling streets of Lagos to the serene landscape of Enugu. Innovation in music education technology globally is still at its early stages. Symphony is at the forefront of this innovative space, ranked among the top 100 AI companies, AI startups across all Scottish universities. We've formed development partnerships with some of the top 20 universities worldwide, granting us access to leading researchers in the field of artificial intelligence, machine learning, image processing, and audio signal processing. Well, in conclusion, while Symphony's first version will be released in Q2 2024, we invite you to join us on this exciting journey. Be among the first to experience the future of music education. Visit our website, symphony.org. Sign up for our waiting list and stay tuned for the official launch. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to connecting with you during the networking session.
Okay, so we can't come to MUSON and not enjoy good music. So the band, the MUSON band, the students band, I think, yes, they're here to give us some light performances whilst we network with, whilst the networking is ongoing. So we're using one stone to kill two birds, you know, so you can talk to some of the facilitators that are still around. You can meet them. You can ask them questions. You can ask them all your questions and just everything you need to know. And I'm sure the refreshments also will be ongoing at the same time. So here to perform Take 5 by David Brubeck, and with permission from the Fela Estate, they're going to be performing Water Nugget Enemy. Please, let's put our hands together for the band. Check, check, check. Check.
Won't you stop and take a little time now with me? Just take 5, just take 5. Stop your breathing and take some time out to see if I'm alive, if I'm alive. Though I'm going out of my way just so I can stop by each day. Not a single what's do we say? It's a permanent, not a place. Still I don't rise out from it. I feel things down to my feet. Me smart as much too discreet, sends me on my way. Wouldn't it be better if it just be polite? You could offer a smile. Start a little conversation now, it's alright. Just takes 5. Nam nam da da bum bum ba da da bum bum ba da bum bum. Build no. Na 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 na. If you want to wash, now what I go use? Toba pese be o milo malo. If you want cook soup, now what I go use? Tori babona o milo malo. If your head they hot, now what I go use? Some of them bad ba o milo malo. If your child they grow, now what I go use? If water kill your child, now what I go use? Some of them are cool, oh me lo malo. Cause I want to let you come malo me oh. Cause I want to let you come malo me oh. If your head they what? Now what are you go use? If your head they hot, now what are you go use? Some of them bandaba below malo. If your child they grow, now what are you go use? If your child they grow, now what are you go use? Cause sound to my share, come man of me oh. Cause sound to the share, come man of me oh. Oh me oh water oh. What I no get enemy yeah. What I no get enemy oh. What I no get enemy yeah. Para ba ba bera para re. Para ba ba bera para ra 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 re. What I no get enemy oh. What I no get enemy oh. Para ra 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 hey.
you. Amazing, amazing. Put your hands together, please. You guys come take a bow. Come out, take a bow together. Please keep clapping until they take a bow. Thank you so much. And I need to say this again, that What I No Get Anymore was performed with the kind permission of the estate of late Fela Anikulapo Kuti. Thank you so, so much. That was a fantastic performance and such a very good singer too. Thank you so much. So, everything that has a beginning must have an end, yes? Okay, so we're going to officially round off, but when we're done, please feel free to hang around, mingle with people, talk, connect, make friends. You don't know who is going to take your career to the next level, so don't just run away. Meet with people. I can still see Uncle Dabs is still around. Our KPMG friend is still around too, yes? No, yes? No, our Cisco friend is still around too, yes. Mr. Chukudi is still around, I think, yes. And Mr. Ifeanyi is still around. Our MTN lady is still around too. So there are so many things to ask and to collaborate with. It would be remiss of me not to announce again that this program was put together by a production team. But before I call them and we applaud them, I would like to also say that the sponsors for this program, first on the list, Charterhouse. Charterhouse is still around. They are at the back of the hall. Their table is there. Wave at us, Mr. Wave at us so they see you. They're there. Please go collaborate with them. Talk with them, rather. So they'll talk to you about what it is they're about. It is one of the first British independent school in West Africa, and they are setting up their campus here in Lagos. We also have Google YouTube as one of the partners. We have Grand Oak Limited, G. Elias, Nestle Nigeria PLC, and Oleander, all partnering to make this program fantastic. And for the production team, anywhere you are, when I call your name, please wave at us so we can applaud you. First on the list, I will start from the man in charge of all the sound and everything and the lighting and all. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Iwa Alabishekpo, please. Where is he? Where's Mr. Iwa? Anyway, just clap for him. He's going to hear. Put your hands together for him and applaud him. We also have Miss Olubumi Falomo. Where is she? She's been walking up and down since trying to. Please put your hands together for her. She's done a fantastic job today. And we have Mr. Korede Omokbeloye. I know the brain work he did at the background. That's him over there. Please put your hands together for Mr. Korede. And for this one, he's not here present. He's online. He's watching online. So I need you to clap so he can hear that you're clapping for him. Mr. Olakunle Ladega. Please put your hands together for him and scream. Clap for him so he can hear you. Mr. Ladega, well done. We love you. Thank you for the good job you're doing. And for our uncle, wasn't she just fantastic? Miss Linda Bebatum, for that fantastic job anchoring the fireside chat. Please put your hands together for her. She's part of the production team. And Mr. Ayo Bankole Jr., please put your hands together for Mr. Ayo Bankole as part of the production team that made this work. And for the coverage, the halo over all of them, the amazing and wonderful Miss Folashade Doherty. Please put your hands together for her. Clap up very well, please. This is a novel idea. This is the first of its kind, and we're hoping that it's going to continue, that it's going to be a regular feature in all of MUSON's festival. And to MUSON, the CEO has stepped out. I was going to say we should applaud her. And to MUSON for allowing for this to happen. Please, let's applaud MUSON. Let's put our hands together for MUSON and all our board of trustees, the directors. Our director of school has walked in, Princess Banke. Please put your hands together for her. We called her name earlier. She wasn't here. So thank you so much. And snippets of this and summary of all of this will be sent to your email. So if you didn't register, please make sure you register before you leave, because you're going to get more information about this event in your emails. And I would like to say that the MUSON Festival continues. This is not the last event. There's still a lot of events lined up for us the rest of the week. Familiarize yourself with the event. As you step out, you'll see the banner by the side. We would like for you to attend the remaining events. Thank you so much for gracing this event. As you return home, God bless you. My name is Raphael Francis. Thank you.